Chapter 269. The expansion of the Zongjing Temple was a very complicated matter. First, the Hall of Secretaries had to make a decision and hand it over to the Hall of Secretaries. If the Hall of Secretaries felt that it was necessary, they would hand it over to the Minister of State Affairs. The Minister of State Affairs had no objections. Finally, the order would be passed to the Ministry of Appointments. The Ministry of Appointments would register and appoint new officials. It took quite a bit of time to pass down the government decrees between the various departments. If it was in the past, this matter could drag on for months to half a year. However, this time in just 2 days, the Ministry of Appointments had already confirmed this matter and added a Shaoqing and a deputy to the Zongjing Temple. The Hall of Secretaries passed down the suggestion, and it was approved by the Hall of Secretaries. After it was passed to the Hall of Secretaries, the Hall of Secretaries immediately ordered the Ministry of Personnel to carry it out. The imperial examination was the most important matter in the imperial court. Time was tight, and there was no room for delay. Now they only needed to decide who would take over the positions of Shaoqing and deputy to form a balance between the 3 departments. Great Zhou's official selection system had to do with the rank of the officials. Officials of rank 3 and above were personally selected by the emperor. Officials of this rank were the heads of their departments, and only the emperor had the power to appoint and move them. Officials above the 5th rank were nominated by the palace secretary and decided by the Minister of State. Finally, they were submitted to the emperor for approval, and the Ministry of Appointments would listen to the rules and confer officials. Officials below the 5th rank were conferred by the Ministry of Appointments after reporting to the Minister of State for approval based on the officials' assessment results. Shaoqing was a secondary rank 4 official, while the Zongjing deputy was a primary rank 5 official. They needed to be nominated by the Hall of Secretaries and then passed to the Minister of State Affairs for final decision. Regarding the choice of Shaoqing, Zhou Xiong and Xiao Ziyu, who represented the new and old parties, started arguing again. Xiao Ziyu chose an official from the old party, but Zhou Xiong naturally did not agree. The Zongjing Temple was originally in the hands of the old party. If it was still someone from the old party after the expansion, then wouldn't all his previous efforts be wasted? Seeing that the two were in a stalemate, Louis finally could not help but say, "Since the two of you cannot agree, I will choose another person." Lu Biao, the imperial censor, is impartial and has the trust of the people. He can take the position of Shaoqing. Everyone looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi was obviously taking the opportunity to promote the Lu family's descendants. The officials of the imperial censorate were responsible for impeaching the officials and did not have much real power. However, it was different after entering the imperial censorate, especially now that the imperial censorate had the responsibility of supervising the imperial examinations. The position of vice minister was one of the hottest positions in the imperial court. The few of them also wanted to compete, but none of them had the qualifications to take up the position of clan head, so they could only give up. The reason why Xiao Ziyu proposed the old party members was to prevent Zhou Xiong from arranging the new party members into the Zongjing Temple. Although Lady Lu was not part of the new party, she had always been neutral. Letting Lu Biao be the Zongjing Shaoqing was better than having someone else. The person he nominated still had to be decided by the Minister of War. The Minister of War was the leader of the new party. It was unlikely that he would agree with the people of the old party. He finally looked at Lu Yi and said, "Censor Lu is fair and impartial. I have nothing to say about him sitting in this position." Zhou Xiong looked at Lu Yi and did not object. Although he wanted to arrange his own people to enter the Zongjing Temple, Xiao Ziyu would not agree. If he insisted, he would offend Lu Yi. He could only say, "I also agree." He and Xiao Ziyu looked at each other and saw some information from each other's eyes. The dispute between them could not continue in this way. Otherwise, if the two of them were in a deadlock every time, the one who would benefit in the end would be the outsiders. Xiao Ziyu's lips moved slightly and said a few words to Zhou Xiong. Zhou Xiong looked at him and also moved his lips. The two of them looked at each other and seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. There was only one imperial censorate position left. Xiao Ziyu nominated another person from the old party. It was rare that Zhou Xiong did not object. Anyway, the people in the Zongjing Temple were all from the old party. It did not matter if there was one more or one less. Lu Yi and the others also did not raise any objections. Just when everyone was about to continue the discussion, a voice suddenly sounded. I object. Li Mu looked at Xiao Ziyu and said, in the future, the Zongjing Temple will not only deal with the affairs of the imperial family, but also supervise the imperial examinations. It will be responsible for the cases of officials of the 4th rank and above. It is not enough to have one just and strict official. The Shindu magistrate Zhang Chun is selfless and is more suitable for this position. Xiao Ziyu said, isn't he already the Shindu magistrate? Li Mu said, before Zhang Chun, the position of Shindu magistrate was also held by other officials. He can hold the position of Shindu magistrate and imperial censorate deputy at the same time. Xiao Ziyu shook his head and said, there is no need for that. The Shindu magistrate has a heavy responsibility. If he holds the position of imperial censorate deputy at the same time, he will not be able to handle both sides well. Lu Yi and the others also said, Lord Xiao is right. We have wasted too much time today. Let's quickly discuss the follow-up matters. Everyone agreed. Li Mu covered his mouth and yawned. He said, let's end it here today. I am a bit sleepy. Lords, please continue your discussion. I will return to the office to rest. They looked at Li Mu in shock. Any magical power cultivator could go days without sleep. How could he be sleepy so early in the morning? Unless he did something last night and used up a large amount of essence and spiritual power. The problem was Li Mu was still full of energy and gave them many wonderful ideas. Why was he suddenly sleepy? It was clear that he was dissatisfied with the fact that his proposal to nominate Zhang Chun as the deputy of the Imperial Clan Temple was rejected by everyone. Xiao Ziyu looked at Li Mu and said, since Lord Li is sleepy, please go back and rest. Li Mu stood up and said, oh right, there is one more thing. I will be returning to the North region to visit my family tomorrow. I will not be back for half a month. Lords, please do not wait for me tomorrow. Lu Yi was stunned. Visit your family? Li Mu nodded and said, I have been separated from my wife for more than 2 months. I really miss her. I hope you can forgive me. After a few days of discussion, the few officials of the Secretariat were very clear that in the process of perfecting the imperial examination system, they could do without any of them except for Li Mu. When the imperial court wanted to promulgate a policy as important as the imperial examination, it would often take half a year, or even several years of preparation to ensure that there would not be too many mistakes. It was not difficult for them to come up with a system to replace the academy selection of officials within a month. The difficult thing was that this system had no loopholes or flaws. Once the system was implemented, how would they explain it to the imperial court if they found the flaws in it? Li Mu had a deep understanding of the imperial examination system. Up until now, the framework of the imperial examination system was almost entirely built by him. Now was the most critical moment. If Li Mu left, the subsequent perfection of the imperial examination system would immediately be lost. Lu Yi hurriedly said, Lord Li, you can wait for a while about the family visit. The imperial examination is the most important thing now. I hope you can put the country's affairs first. Li Mu thought for a while and nodded. Lord Lu, you are right. I am narrow-minded. How can personal affairs be compared to national affairs? So he sat down again and said, let's continue. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yi continued to talk about a problem that had not been solved yet. As for the number of candidates sent by the 36 counties, how should we determine it? If the 36 counties are the same, it will be unfair to the large counties with a large population like the Middle Region. If they are not the same, I am afraid that the other 30 counties will have objections. We must have a reasonable arrangement to stop people from talking. Many times, it was not a matter of whether the policy was feasible or not. It was a matter of whether it was reasonable or not, and whether it could convince the public. The discussion was fruitless and they habitually looked at Li Mu. Lu Yi asked, Lord Li, what do you think? Li Mu shook his head and said, I don't have any opinions. Lu Yi thought that he really did not have any opinions. He shook his head and said, then let's put this matter aside for now. Let's continue to discuss the next matter. When they discussed again, they saw Li Mu frowning and shaking his head slightly. They knew that he was dissatisfied with the results of the discussion. Based on his experience in the past few days, he was always able to come up with better and more perfect suggestions. Louis looked at Li Mu again and asked, "Does Lord Li have any better ideas?" "No." Li Mu shook his head and stood up. He said, "It is getting late. I should go back and cook. Lord, see you tomorrow." They looked at each other and suddenly understood something. Louis lowered his head and was silent for a moment. He suddenly said, "I think that there is still room for discussion as to who should be the deputy of the Imperial Clan Temple." Wang Shi said, "The person that Lord Xiao just nominated is not qualified enough. I am afraid that he will not be able to convince the public." Zhang Huili agreed. "I think that the Shindu prefect Zhang Chun is qualified for the position of the Imperial Clan Temple deputy." Song Liangyu said, "Lord Zhang is impartial. No one is more suitable for this position. Lord Xiao, what do you think?" Xiao Ziyu was stared at by everyone. He knew that the duck that he had just cooked was about to fly away. At the same time, he received a message from Lu Yi and the others. "Lord Xiao, the big picture is more important. Don't delay the schedule for a little personal gain. It is just a 5th rank official. If he wants it, then give it to him." Xiao Ziyu's face was gloomy. The 4 officials of the Secretariat sent him messages at the same time. Under such circumstances, he had no other choice. He took a deep breath and calmed down. He said, "I will listen to you, lords." Zhou Xiong was naturally happy that someone from the old party could not be the deputy of the Imperial Clan Temple. He said, "I have no objections." Just like that, the Shindu prefect Zhang Chun, as a fair and impartial official who was not afraid of the powerful and dared to speak up for the people, was elected unanimously in the Secretariat. He successfully held the position of the Imperial Clan Temple deputy. Li Mu sat down and said, "I will not starve to death even if I skip a meal. The Imperial examination is more important. What do you think, lords?" Everyone put on a fake smile. Lord Li is really righteous. Chapter 270. Zhang Chun had only been in Fairy's capital for a short period of time. In just 2 months, he had been promoted from Divine Capital Commandant to Fairy's Capital Magistrate. This was already an unbelievable speed. It was impossible for him to hold the position of Imperial Ancestral Temple's deputy. However, Li Mu's attitude was clear. He would not give this position to Zhang Chun. He would not care about the imperial examinations anymore. This was a blatant threat, but the 6 of them could do nothing about it. He had the right to threaten them. For this matter, it didn't matter if any of the 6 imperial secretaries of the Secretariat were missing, but Li Mu couldn't be missing. Even if he was threatened, he could only grit his teeth and accept it. It was just a small Imperial Ancestral Temple's deputy. Compared to the imperial examinations, it was not worth mentioning. After an hour, Li Mu left the Imperial Secretariat. Cui Ming paced around the Assistant Minister's office and muttered, "Imperial Ancestral Temple. It's Imperial Ancestral Temple again. Why is it always the Imperial Ancestral Temple? What is this person trying to do?" After leaving the Imperial Secretariat, Li Mu did not return to the office or go home. Instead, he went to the great music bar. "Brother-in-law, you haven't been here in a long time. I just learned a new song. I'll play it for you later. Where's your little follower? Why isn't she here today?" In the backyard of the great music bar, Chimey, Little 76, and the other girls surrounded Li Mu and chattered. Li Mu said, "I've been busy with work recently. I'll visit you guys when I have time." He called Chimey to the side and asked, "Do you have a theater in Fairy's capital?" Chimey was puzzled. "Why are you asking this? Do you want to watch a play?" "The owner has a theater, and business is not bad," Li Mu said. "Call your owner out." Chimey did not know what Li Mu wanted to do, but it still obediently called the owner of the great music bar over. The owner of the Miaoying Lane was a middle-aged woman. When she saw Li Mu, her face was full of smiles. She jogged over and said, "Oh lordly, what wind blew today that brought you here?" In the past, the Great Music Workshop was just an ordinary workshop in Luoyang. There were dozens of such workshops in Luoyang. The musicians in the workshop would sometimes be bullied when they met guests with power and influence. Ever since Jiangzhou was beheaded, such a thing had never happened. All of this was naturally because of Li Mu. The owner of the Miaoying Lane had already instructed that as long as Constable Li came here in the future, the lane would not take a single cent from him, and would even arrange the best seat for him. With such a backer in Luoyang, she would be able to earn money in peace in the future. Li Mu went straight to the point and asked, "I heard that you have a theater in the fairy's capital." The middle-aged woman was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. She said, "Does Constable Li like to listen to plays? I'll arrange it for you right away. Just tell me what you want to listen to and I'll arrange it for you." Li Mu explained, "I'm not here to listen to plays. I have a favor to ask of you." The Pear Blossom Pavilion was located in the Rosy Lane of Luoyang. It was a rather famous theater in the fairy's capital. The cultured people of Luoyang liked to hang out in theaters and music halls. Although actors and actresses were of low status and were often looked down upon by others, theater was an elegant art in the eyes of the influential people in Luoyang. Many influential people had musicians and actors and actresses in their homes, so that they could listen to them sing and dance at any time, especially the women. Some of the noble ladies in Luoyang were good at this. It was said that in the Western Palace, one of the concubines of the late emperor was a famous actress in Luoyang. Later, the late emperor took a fancy to her, and she became a phoenix. When the late emperor was still alive, he liked theater very much. He would often gather his officials to watch the performances in the palace together. The theater culture in Luoyang rose at that time, and had not declined to this day. He abandoned his wife and child, and even wanted to kill his wife and child. Such a beast is not worthy of being a human. There are such stories in theater. How can there be such a heartless person in reality? Reality is often scarier than theater. However, the scene of the heartless person being struck by lightning at the end was too satisfying. A few guests walked out of the Pear Blossom Pavilion, and were still discussing a new play that had just been released a few days ago. The play was called Chin Shimmy. It was about a heartless man who abandoned his wife and child in order to get close to a princess, and enjoy the glory and wealth. He even killed people to keep them quiet. In the end, he was judged by an upright official, and was struck to death by the heavens. The plot of the play was complicated and bizarre. The story was interconnected and had many twists and turns. The ending was satisfying. Once it was released, it quickly spread in Luoyang. Many theaters had already smelled the business opportunity, and bought the script from the Pear Blossom Pavilion at a high price, preparing to imitate it. The storytellers in the tea houses and brothels were one step ahead of them. They turned the play into a story and acted it out vividly to attract customers. On the streets of Luoyang, there were also passers-by who hummed the lines from Chin Shimmy as they walked. It had been a long time since such a good play had appeared in Luoyang. Once it was released, it had a very high popularity among the common people. Imperial Secretariat. A manager sat in the yamen. As he organized the plan for the imperial examination, he hummed, "Su, the current emperor's son-in-law, deceiving the emperor, disrespecting the emperor, killing his wife and child, losing his conscience." This was the new play that he had heard with his wife in a theater in Luoyang yesterday during his break. The lines in the play were very classic. He remembered it after listening to it once. As he hummed, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He could not help but shiver. He turned his head and saw Left Assistant Minister Cui Ming standing behind him. His face was as dark as water. The manager was shocked. He immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Lord Assistant Minister." Cui Ming's face was cold. He asked, "What did you say just now?" The manager said nervously, "It's just a few lines from the play. I just sang it casually." Cui Ming said coldly, "Sing it again." The manager was stunned for a moment. He then sang honestly, "Su, the current emperor's son-in-law, deceiving the emperor, disrespecting the emperor, killing his wife and child, losing his conscience." Seeing that the Lord Assistant Minister's face was getting darker and darker, he finally realized something. His face turned pale. He quickly explained, "Lord Assistant Minister, please don't misunderstand. The emperor's son-in-law who killed his wife and child was the emperor's son-in-law in the play. It's definitely not referring to you. Cui Ming's face turned even uglier. He asked, which theater in Luoyang is this play from? The manager said, it's called Chen Shimi. Almost all the theaters are singing it. It said that it even spread to the palace yesterday. A few concubines in the Western Palace specially called a troupe to perform in the palace. As soon as he finished speaking, a palace maid knocked on the door and walked in. She said, Emperor's son-in-law, the concubines have called a troupe to watch a play in the Western Palace. Her Highness the Princess has also entered the palace. She asked me to invite you. Cui Ming asked, what play? The palace maid said, it's called Chen Shimi. It's been sung outside the palace. Cui Ming's face darkened. He said, go back and tell the princess that I have something important to do here. I can't leave. I won't be going. You killed your wife and child, losing your conscience. You forced Han Qi to her death in the temple. You put the indictment in my hall. You're so determined. Which one are you? Li Mu hummed the opera and came to the Luoyang Yamen. He asked the owner of Miaoying Lane to help promote Chen Shimi. A classic was a classic. Once it was released, it became popular in Luoyang. He had to thank the late emperor. If he didn't like opera and supported the arts industry in Luoyang, there wouldn't be such a popular culture today. The case of the chopping of beauties was just a prelude to what he was about to do. The real highlight was yet to come. The Ministry of Personnel didn't act quickly. It took Zhang Chun half a month to receive the appointment from the Ministry of Personnel. From today onwards, besides being the Luoyang magistrate, he had another identity. He was the deputy of the Imperial Clan Temple. In the Luoyang Yamen, Li Mu looked at Zhang Chun and asked seriously, Old Zhang, are you sure? This time, you'll offend Princess Yunyang, the royal family, the old party and many people. Zhang Chun's eyes were firm. He said, say no more. Cui Ming and I are absolutely irreconcilable. Li Mu nodded and said, then let's go. Zhang Chun said, I have another question. Li Mu asked, what is it? Zhang Chun looked at him and asked, why haven't I heard of Her Majesty summoning you recently? Speaking of this, Li Mu was a little embarrassed. Ever since the Empress broke into his dream and saw something she shouldn't have, they hadn't met again. Whether it was in reality or in his dream, the closest they were to each other was when they went to court. There was still a curtain between them. Li Mu said, Her Majesty and I have some misunderstandings. Misunderstandings? Zhang Chun's face turned pale. He asked nervously, what misunderstandings? Li Mu shook his head and said, it's not convenient for me to tell you. Not convenient. Zhang Chun thought about it and seemed to realize something. As a middle-aged man, he knew very well what could affect the relationship between a man and a woman the most. If one aspect wasn't harmonious, it would be difficult for other aspects to be harmonious. He looked at Li Mu and said reluctantly, my jar of medicinal wine is under the table in my room. Take it with you when you go back. Chapter 271. Li Mu naturally did not need Zhang Chun's medicinal wine. Other unorthodox cultivators might need to use external items to nourish their bodies, but Buddhist and Taoist cultivators did not need to. Taoist cultivators refine the 7 spirits, especially the sparrow-yin spirit. They had sufficient kidney energy and did not need nourishment. Buddhist cultivators directly cultivated their bodies. Even if their bodies were as strong as an ox, there was no need for nourishment. Of course, there was no difference in nourishment for Buddhist abstinence. This medicinal wine might be the icing on the cake, but Li Mu did not need it at the moment. Drinking a mouthful would cause him to dream for an entire night. Li Mu did not want to experience that feeling again. Forget it. Zhang Chun shook his head and walked out of the office. He said, I'm going to the Zongjing Temple. The Zongjing Temple mainly dealt with the affairs of the royal family. Like the 3 provinces, the temple was located in the palace. Zhang Chun entered the palace with the token of the Zongjing Temple's deputy and came to the entrance of the temple. The 2 guards at the entrance came up to him and asked, Sir, what brings you to the Zongjing Temple? Zhang Chun took out his token and said, I'm the newly appointed deputy of the Zongjing Temple. The 2 guards had long heard that the Zongjing Temple had expanded with an additional deputy and deputy. After seeing the token, they immediately said respectfully, "Greetings, deputy. Please come in." One of them brought Zhang Chun to a remote office and said, "Sir, the deputy has already made arrangements. This will be your office in the future." Zhang Chun asked, "Where are the deputy and deputy?" The guard said, "When there is nothing important, the two of them will not come here. Deputy Lu just came and left. Deputy Feng is taking an afternoon nap. When he wakes up, I will report to him." Zhang Chun moved a chair and sat down. He said, "This is my first time at the Zongjing Temple. Tell me what I have to do on a daily basis." The Zhanggu said, "The most important thing for the Zongjing Temple is to manage the affairs of the royal family. If a member of the royal family gives birth to a child, it must be reported to the Zongjing Temple in a timely manner, so that the royal bloodline can be recorded in the pedigree. When a member of the royal family is conferred a title, it must also be recorded by the Zongjing Temple. When a member of the royal family is to be conferred a title, it must also be recorded by the Zongjing Temple." Zhang Chun asked, "Do the imperial clan's relatives, and officials above the 4th rank also have to be tried by the imperial clan temple?" Zhang Gu stared blankly for a moment before nodding his head and saying, "According to the law, if a member of the imperial family or a high-ranking official violates the law, only the imperial clan temple can judge him. Although this was the law, if a member of the royal family or a high official of the country who needed to be judged by the imperial clan temple committed a crime, they could settle it with their own power. How could they be judged by the imperial clan temple unless they committed a rebellion?" Zhang Chun continued to ask, "What's the process of the imperial clan temple's trial?" Zhang Gu said, "First, we have to summon the member of the imperial family or the official who violated the law." Zhang Chun said indifferently, "Go to the secretariat and summon the left assistant minister of the secretariat, Cui Ming." Zhang Gu stared blankly for a moment, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. Wasn't the left assistant minister of the secretariat the emperor's son-in-law? Did he eat a bear's heart and leopard's guts to summon the emperor's son-in-law? "Didn't you hear?" Zhang Chun repeated. "Go to the secretariat and summon the left assistant minister of the secretariat, Cui Ming. He is involved in a major case." Zhang Gu stared blankly for a moment, then clutched his stomach and said, "Lord, this lowly official suddenly has an unbearable abdominal pain. I need to go to the toilet, please forgive me." After saying that, he ignored Zhang Chun and ran out like a wisp of smoke. In another yamen, Zhang Gu hurriedly ran in and shook the person sleeping on the table awake. He hurriedly said, "Lord Feng, it's not good, it's not good." Deputy Minister Feng, who was disturbed from his good sleep, raised his head. A trace of anger appeared on his face as he asked, "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" The Zhanggu said, "The new deputy temple head is here." Deputy Minister Feng frowned and said, "If he's here, so be it. Why? Do I have to personally welcome him?" Zhang Gu said in a panic, "No, he just arrived at the Imperial Clan Temple and wants to summon Assistant Minister Cui for questioning. What should this lowly official do?" Hearing the two words Assistant Minister Cui, Deputy Minister Feng immediately sobered up and asked, "Assistant Minister Cui, which Assistant Minister Cui?" Zhang Gu said, "Assistant Minister of the Secretariat, Cui Ming, Princess Yunyang's son-in-law." Deputy Minister Feng stood up and said in shock, "Is he crazy? It's his first day at the Imperial Clan Temple. He hasn't even settled down in his position, yet he dares to find trouble with Prince Consort Cui?" After Zhang Gu left, Zhang Chun waited in the yamen. He didn't see Zhang Gu, but a man wearing the same official uniform as him came. The man walked in and introduced himself. "I'm Feng Jia, Deputy Minister of the Imperial Clan Temple." Zhang Chun cupped his hands and said, "So it's Lord Feng. Sorry for the disrespect." Deputy Minister Feng asked, "I heard that Lord Zhang wants to summon Assistant Minister Cui. May I know what crime Assistant Minister Cui has committed?" Zhang Chun said, "The Imperial Clan Temple has summoned him. I'll confront him face to face and I'll know." Deputy Minister Feng said, "Lord Cui is the prince consort of the current dynasty. His status is honorable, and he's also the assistant minister of the secretariat. He has to deal with a myriad of state affairs every day. Who knows how many state affairs are waiting for him to deal with? How can we summon him just because we want to? If we delay the state's affairs, which one of us can bear the responsibility? Zhang Chun snorted and said, So what if he's the prince consort of the current dynasty? So what if he's the assistant minister of the secretariat? A life for a life, a debt must be paid. I don't care if he has to deal with a myriad of state affairs every day. If he violates the law, he should be judged. Deputy Minister Feng said, Tell me first, what crime did Assistant Minister Cui commit? Zhang Chun said coldly, He killed his fiancée and framed her entire family. Shouldn't I summon him? A bunch of nonsense. Deputy Minister Feng said, Everyone knows that Lord Cui's wife is Princess Yunyang. How can you frame him here? Zhang Chun said indifferently, Whether I'm framing him or not, you'll know when you summon Cui Ming. Deputy Minister Feng's expression was uncertain. Zhang Chun seemed to be very certain about this matter. This made him, who originally didn't believe it, start to waver. He also knew a little about Assistant Minister Cui's past. He was originally the son-in-law of the Zhejiang prefectural governor. Later, the Zhejiang prefectural governor colluded with the demon sect, and his entire family was massacred. Cui Ming made a meritorious report, and was placed in an important position by the previous emperor. In more than 10 years, he went from being a small official to marrying a princess, and becoming an important official in the court. No one remembered his past. Cui Ming was a pillar of the old party. Deputy Minister Feng didn't dare to slight him. He looked at Zhang Chun and said, This case is of great importance. I'll first report it to the deputy minister, and ask him to make a decision. Finished speaking, he walked out of the imperial clan temple. However, he didn't leave the palace. Instead, he went around to the back gate of the Hall of Secretaries. He summoned the gatekeeper and said, I'm the deputy minister of the imperial clan temple, Fengjia. Go and report to Assistant Minister Cui that I have an important matter to discuss with him. The gatekeeper said, Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go and report to Lord Cui. Before long, Cui Ming walked out. Deputy Minister Feng hurriedly went up to him and said, Greetings, Prince Consort. Cui Ming glanced at him indifferently and asked, What business do you have with me? Deputy Minister Feng asked, Does Prince Consort know that a new deputy minister has come to the Imperial Clan Temple? Cui Ming glanced at him and asked, Is this related to the important matter you're looking for me for? It's related, it's greatly related. Deputy Minister Feng said, On the first day he came to the Imperial Clan Temple, he wanted to summon Prince Consort. He said that you're involved in a major case and summoned you to the Imperial Clan Temple. I've already temporarily put this matter on hold. I don't dare to make a decision on my own, so I immediately came to find Prince Consort. I'm involved in a case? Cui Ming frowned and asked, What case? Deputy Minister Feng lowered his head and said, I don't dare to say. Cui Ming said coldly, Speak. Deputy Minister Feng trembled and said, He said that you killed your fiancée and even framed her entire clan, causing the deaths of dozens of people. Ridiculous. Cui Ming looked at him coldly and said, What kind of status do you have? You believe such ridiculous words? Deputy Minister Feng heard this and finally relaxed. He hurriedly said, Of course I don't believe it. Prince Consort is someone who places righteousness above family. How could you do something worse than a beast? He revealed a smile and said, I'll be going back first. Seeing Deputy Minister Feng leave, Cui Ming's face gradually darkened. It had been 20 years since the incident. Everyone in the Chu clan had been sentenced to death for colluding with the heretical cultivation. He had personally seen his entire family, including the servants, decapitated and their souls scattered. Other than him, no one else knew about this matter. How did the new Imperial Clan Temple minister find out? Moreover, the words Imperial Clan Temple sounded familiar to him. The more he thought about it, the more familiar it seemed. However, he had never been to the Imperial Clan Temple, and had never had any interactions with the officials of the Imperial Clan Temple. He returned to the secretariat with deep thoughts. Coincidentally, a few people walked out of a yamen. Take care, Lord Li. Lord Li, you've worked hard. It's finally over. These days, it's all thanks to Lord Li. Several officials from the secretariat escorted Li Mu out. With Li Mu's help, after half a month of discussion, the complete imperial examination system was finally settled. When Li Mu walked out of the secretariat, he turned his head and looked at Cui Ming standing in the courtyard. He smiled faintly. This smile seemed to strike Cui Ming's mind like a bolt of lightning. The Imperial Clan Temple. He finally remembered where his sense of familiarity with the Imperial Clan Temple came from. It came from Li Mu. In the past half a month, Li Mu had used the Imperial examination discussion to first break the situation where the old faction of the Shao clan completely controlled the Imperial Clan Temple. Then he proposed that the Imperial Clan Temple supervise the Imperial examination, and took the opportunity to expand the number of officials in the Imperial Clan Temple. Then he threatened the 6 officials from the Secretariat to give Zhang Chun the position of Deputy Minister of the Imperial Clan Temple. This series of abnormal and strange actions had once puzzled Cui Ming for a long time. Li Mu shouldn't have gone through so much trouble, and it wasn't very likely that it was just to send his subordinate to the Imperial Clan Temple. On the first day that Zhang Chun came to the Imperial Clan Temple, he summoned him. The reason for the summons was about the old matter from 20 years ago. This wasn't a coincidence. Before this, everything that Li Mu did was to pave the way for today's matter. He was Li Mu's ultimate goal. All of this was linked, layer by layer. In the past half a month, Li Mu had approached his goal step by step. Cui Ming even suspected that Li Mu didn't hesitate to become enemies with the 4 great academies, reform the Great Zhou's official selection system, and propose the imperial examination. Was it just to take the opportunity to interfere with the Imperial Clan Temple? For today, this person's scheming was deep, and his plans were meticulous. It was terrifying. Thinking back to Li Mu's meaningful smile just now, Cui Ming only felt his entire body turn cold. A chill rushed from his tailbone to the top of his head. Li Mu, what a deep scheme. Chapter 272. Cui Ming hurried out of the secretariat. He walked straight out of the palace and headed to the South Court. The South Court and the North Court were located on both sides of the palace. The North Court was mostly occupied by officials, while the South Court was occupied by nobles. The royal family, dukes, marquises, and viscounts all lived in the South Court. The prince consort's residence and the princess residence were also in the South Court. Cui Ming did not go home, nor did he go to the princess residence. Instead, he went to another high gate. This was an extremely luxurious residence. 2 stone lions were lying in front of the gate. They were huge and lifelike. When Cui Ming approached, the 2 stone lions turned their heads at the same time. Their eyes shone brightly. Cui Ming snorted. The 2 stone lions trembled and turned their heads away, not daring to meet his gaze. At this moment, the gate of the residence opened. A man who looked like a servant walked out. Before he arrived, his voice was heard. Who dares to be so presumptuous in front of Prince Shou's residence? Cui Ming looked at him coldly. When the man saw him, his expression changed instantly. Prince Consort, is there anything I can help you with? Not many people in Fairy's capital did not know the prince consort of Princess Yunyang. Not only did he have a high cultivation, but he also held a high position as the assistant minister of the secretariat. He was one of the pillars of the old party. Although he was the butler of Prince Shou's residence, he did not dare to slight him. Cui Ming asked, "Is His Highness in the residence?" The servant said, "His Highness is here. Prince Consort, please. I'll bring you to him." With Cui Ming's status, he naturally could not let him wait here. He had already sent a message to the servants in the residence. Then he brought Cui Ming into the residence. In the back garden of Prince Shou's residence, a fat man dressed in luxurious clothes was sitting on a chair, shaking his head. He was not light, and his status in the imperial court was also very high. This man was Prince Shou, a member of the Great Zhou's royal family. He was the half-brother of the late emperor, and also the minister of Imperial Ancestral Temple. In the garden there was a stage set up. The performers of the prince's mansion were singing. Deceiving the emperor, defying the emperor, breaking off marriage, a man is sent to bed, killing his wife and son, losing his conscience, forcing Han Qi to die in the court. It was the most popular play in Luoyang recently, Chen Shimi. While Prince Shou was listening to the performer's performance, the maid who was pouring tea couldn't help but be engrossed in the performance. She accidentally spilled the tea on the table. A housekeeper saw this and said angrily, "How can you pour the tea like that?" The maid came back to her senses and bowed her head. When she saw the tea stains on the table, her little face turned white. She immediately kneeled on the ground and said in a panic, "Wuxia, I'm sorry." King Shou waved his hand and said, "Stand to the side if you want to listen, don't disturb me." The maid heaved a sigh of relief. After wiping the tea stains off the table with her sleeve, she quickly retreated to the side. When another housekeeper came in with Cui Ming, Prince Shou rubbed his round belly and said, "Why is Lord Cui free to come to my mansion today? Men, bring a chair for Lord Cui, let's watch the show together. I have something important to discuss with Wuxia." Cui Ming walked to the stage and looked at the performers and said, "You all can leave now." The performers paused and looked at Prince Shou. I'm just in the mood. That ungrateful Chen Shimi who abandoned his wife and son is about to be struck to death." Prince Shou's face showed that he wanted to continue, but he still waved his hand helplessly and said, "You all can leave now." The performers in the garden hurriedly left. Cui Ming looked at the guards behind Prince Shou and said, "You all can leave as well." The guards were hesitant. Prince Shou waved his hand again and said, "You all can leave now. Lord Cui is one of us." The leader of the guards said, "I'm worried that there might be other changes." Prince Shou said, "What changes can there be? With Lord Cui's cultivation he can protect me. You all can leave now." Only then did the guards leave. After they left, Cui Ming formed a seal with his hands, and threw out a few spiritual jades to set up a soundproof array formation. Prince Shou was surprised. What is it that made Lord Cui so cautious? After setting up the soundproof array formation, Cui Ming looked at Prince Shou and said, "I'm in a bit of trouble and I need your help." Prince Shou looked around and said, "Since Lord Cui is so cautious, I'm afraid the trouble you're in isn't small, right?" Cui Ming said, "Whether the trouble is big or small, it depends on the attitude of the Imperial Clan Temple. Do you know that there's a new deputy in the Imperial Clan Temple?" Prince Shou was surprised. There's such a thing? Cui Ming knew that with Prince Shou's status, it was impossible for him to go to the Imperial Clan Temple often. He explained, "The Imperial Court has restructured the Imperial Clan Temple. Since then there are 2 vice ministers and 2 deputy ministers in the Imperial Clan Temple. The new deputy minister has brought me some trouble." Prince Shou asked, "What trouble can a mere deputy minister bring to Lord Cui?" Cui Ming said, 20 years ago, when I was the county magistrate of Yangqiu County, I once punished a family that colluded with the heretical cultivation. In the end, the deputy minister of the Imperial Clan Temple came back and accused me of killing my wife and exterminating the family." Wait. Prince Shou was puzzled. "You punished a family that colluded with the heretical cultivation? Why did you accuse them of killing their wife and exterminating the family?" Cui Ming's expression froze. Then he said, "In that family, there was a woman who was once my fiancée. However, they colluded with the heretical cultivation, which was not allowed by the law of the country. Thus, I decided to kill them for the sake of justice. However, I didn't expect to be framed." Why does this story sound so familiar? Prince Shou scratched his head as if he remembered something. Then he said, "I remember now. When the Zhejiang prefectural governor colluded with the demon sect, it was also Lord Cui who decided to kill his wife for the sake of justice. That's strange. Why does Lord Cui's father-in-law's family always do such things? If I didn't know that Lord Cui is a just and impartial person who doesn't even show mercy to his wife, I would have thought that the story of Chen Shimi was based on you." Cui Ming's expression was unnatural. "How is that possible?" Prince Shou smiled. "I'm just saying. However, Chen Shimi's story is quite interesting. Lord Cui, you can watch it with me later." "There's no need for that. I still have matters to attend to in the yamen." Cui Ming looked at Prince Shou and said, "This matter is related to my reputation. I'll leave it to you, Your Highness." Prince Shou nodded and said, "It's my duty. Lord Cui is one of us. I can't let anything happen to you. I'll go to the ancestral temple now." Cui Ming cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Half an hour later, at the entrance of the ancestral temple, a new steward at the entrance saw a fat man walking towards them from afar and asked, "Who is this fat man? How dare he walk around the palace so casually? Are you blind? That's the head of the temple." Another steward kicked his butt and ran over. He said flatteringly, "Head of the temple, what brings you here today?" Prince Shou looked at him and asked, "I heard that there's a new head of the temple. What's his name and where is he now?" The steward said, "He's in the yamen." Prince Shou entered the ancestral temple and was led into a yamen by the steward. He looked at the person sitting in the yamen and asked, "You're Zhang Chun?" Zhang Chun raised his head and asked, "Who are you?" The steward quickly explained, "Lord Zhang, this is the head of the temple. He's also Prince Shou. Why aren't you greeting him?" Zhang Chun stood up and cupped his hands. "Greetings, head of the temple." Prince Shou went straight to the point. "You're the one who wants to sue Assistant Minister Cui. What is it? Do you have evidence?" Zhang Chun said, "It's been more than 20 years. It's hard to get evidence. However, there's justice in this world. Cui Ming might be able to hide what he did from the world, but not from the heavens." Prince Shou frowned. Did Assistant Minister Cui really commit the crime of killing his wife and exterminating his family? Not just once. Zhang Chun said. He was originally from Yangqiu County in the North region. Not long after he was engaged to a woman from Yangqiu County, he got to know a woman from the local wealthy family. Before the marriage, the daughter of Zhejiang County's prefectural governor came to the North region, and he got to know the daughter of Zhejiang County's prefectural governor. For his own future, he killed the woman from the wealthy family and framed her. A few years later, Zhejiang County's prefectural governor colluded with the demon sect, and it was Cui Ming who exposed it. Zhejiang County's prefectural governor was executed. I now suspect that Zhejiang County's prefectural governor was also framed by him. What Cui Ming is best at is killing his wife and framing others so that he could have a meteoric rise in his career. He's worse than a beast. He's worse than a beast. Prince Shou's face turned red and he couldn't help but curse. Isn't a beast like him worse than Chinshimi? He should be hacked into 1,000 pieces and die 1,000 times. After cursing, he was panting heavily, and only then did he realize that the chief and Zhang Chun were looking at him in shock. King Shou was stunned for a brief moment before he realized his position. Coughing lightly, he replied, "That's just your guess. I'm the son-in-law of the Lin family, a 4th-grade official. How can I allow myself to be framed by you?" Zhang Chun said, "It's easy to determine if it's a framing. As long as a level 7 expert interrogates him, the truth will be revealed." Prince Shou glanced at him and asked, "Do you think level 7 experts are as common as cabbages? There are only a few level 7 experts in Fairy's capital. Do you want to disturb the deans or trouble His Majesty to interrogate the prince consort and a rank 4 official for no reason? Where's the dignity of the imperial court? Where's the dignity of the imperial court?" Zhang Chun said, "Are you protecting Cui Ming?" Prince Shou said angrily, "How dare you doubt my fairness? You have no proof. If you want to accuse Assistant Minister Cui, then show me proof. Falsely accusing an official of the imperial court is a serious crime." Zhang Chun asked, "What if I have proof?" Prince Shou's gaze turned and he scoffed. "I'll tell you the truth. No matter what crime Master Cui committed, the imperial clan temple will protect him. You can give up." Zhang Chun gritted his teeth and said, "Officials protect each other. Darkness. Your imperial clan temple is F*King Dark." Prince Shou looked at him in disdain and said, "The imperial clan temple belongs to Xiao, not Zhang. As long as you're here, you have to listen to me. Unless you have the guts to go to the imperial court and report to His Majesty and let the entire Fairy's capital know about this." Chapter 273. Prince Shou looked down on Zhang Chun for a while before he left. Walking out of the imperial clan temple, he coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. "Boss gum. Beast. Inhumane. Worse than dogs and pigs." Prince Shou left the imperial clan temple while cursing. Zhang Gu scratched his head in confusion, not understanding why the prince said that. Although this new deputy was unable to see the situation clearly, and did not know what was good for him. He could not be called a scum, not to mention a beast, inhumane, and worse than dogs and pigs. If what Deputy Zhang said was true, then Assistant Minister Cui, the current emperor's son-in-law, was the one who was worthy of these words. Thinking about what Zhang Chun said just now, Zhang Gu could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Killing his wife and exterminating his family time and time again just for his own future. If such a person was described as a beast, even a beast, pig, or dog would feel offended. In the Imperial Clan Temple, Deputy Feng walked into Zhang Chun's office and asked faintly, "Did Lord Zhang understand what the Deputy Minister said just now?" Just now, he was outside and heard Prince Shou's furious words. Assistant Minister Cui was going to be protected in the Imperial Clan Temple. No one could do anything. As the Deputy Minister of the Imperial Clan Temple, Prince Shou had absolute authority in the Imperial Clan Temple. Zhang Chun did not pay any attention to him. He stood there in a daze for a long time before he gradually came back to his senses. He walked to the door and asked a minor official, "Is Prince Shou's surname Shao?" The minor official looked at him strangely and said, "Of course, Prince Shou is the late emperor's younger brother and a member of the imperial family. How could his surname not be Shao?" Zhang Chun touched his chin and smiled. Wonderful. Not long after, in the secretariat, Cui Ming also learned about the scene that happened in the Imperial Clan Temple from Deputy Feng. King Shou didn't let him down. He immediately intimidated Zhang Chun, which allowed him to heave a sigh of relief. However, it was only temporary. Li Mu had spent a lot of effort to reform the imperial examination and send Zhang Chun to the Zongjing Temple. His target was obviously him. The drama Chun Shimi was most likely created by him. He had spent so much effort to get to this point, so he wouldn't give up so easily. Although he didn't know what Li Mu would do next, he had to take precautions. At this moment, Cui Ming was still puzzled about something. He knew that he had been very secretive about what had happened 20 years ago, and no one had suspected him during the past 20 years. So how did Li Mu and Zhang Chun find out about it? Could it be that there was a fish that escaped the net in the Chu clan? Both of them were from Yangqiu County. Yangqiu County was the starting point of his life. There were many things he had done there that he couldn't let others know about. With the secret in the deepest part of his heart exposed, Cui Ming's mind was no longer in the secretariat. He left the palace again and returned to the prince consort's residence. He had two permanent residences in the palace. One was Princess Yunyang's residence, and the other was the prince consort's residence that the previous emperor had bestowed upon him. After entering the prince consort's residence, Cui Ming directly walked into the deepest courtyard. The entire prince consort's residence was covered by a large formation. This formation was extremely powerful and could withstand the attacks of Dongshuan's cultivators for a moment. The innermost courtyard was where Cui Ming usually cultivated. No one in the residence was allowed to enter. The courtyard was also covered by a formation. The divine capital was the safest place in the Great Zhou. Under the protection of 2 layers of formations, even a fly couldn't fly into the prince consort's residence. Cui Ming stepped into the courtyard. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, he said, "I need you to make a trip to Yangqiu County in the North County. Check if there are any fish that escaped the net in the Chu clan back then. If there aren't any, search for all the ghosts in Yangqiu County. Back then, I hadn't set foot on the path of cultivation, so I'm not sure if Chu Yun has become a Yin spirit." As soon as Cui Ming finished speaking, a human face suddenly appeared on an old tree in the courtyard. The face was old, and the patterns on the tree bark were like wrinkles on the face. The surface of the old tree rose and fell. An old man in brown walked out of the trunk. After nodding slightly at Cui Ming, he walked out of the prince consort's residence without a word. Cui Ming looked up at the sky and clenched his fists. He said in a low voice, "Li Mu, what grudge do I have with you? How can you go against me like this?" The divine capital Yamen. Li Mu learned about what had just happened in the Zongjing Temple from Zhang Chun. Sure enough, even if they broke into the Zongjing Temple, it was still impossible to deal with Cui Ming. Even if it was a simple summons, they would encounter heavy resistance. Cui Ming's status in the old party was extremely high. He was the prince consort and the assistant minister of the secretariat. He controlled the state's affairs. Other than Zhang Chun and the new vice minister Liu Biao, the rest of the people in the Zongjing Temple were from the old party, especially the minister of the Zongjing Temple, who was the king of the Great Zhou. He had absolute control over the Zongjing Temple. At present, they still had to make a big deal out of this. The script of Chun Shimi was given to the owner of the Miaoying Lane by Li Mu. She asked her performers to turn it into an opera as quickly as possible. Under her deliberate promotion, she sold the script to other opera houses at a low price. Only then could such a phenomenal play be produced. Once Cui Ming's matter was exposed, with the popularity of Chun Shimi, it would probably set off a frenzy of public opinion in the divine capital. The imperial court could care less about anything except public opinion. This was closely related to the faith of the people. It was related to the continuation of the Great Zhou. The next day, the tri-daily morning court session was held as scheduled. In the last few court sessions, the officials were discussing the imperial examination. They were contributing to the Secretariat's policy. Just yesterday, the Secretariat had completed the formulation of the imperial examination policy. The next thing to do was for the various departments to implement it as soon as possible. The talents recommended by the 36 prefectures had already left for the divine capital. They had to complete all matters related to the imperial examination within 2 months. The morning court session today ended after more than 4 hours of discussion. Just when everyone thought they could leave, a voice came from the back of the 100 officials. "Your Majesty, I have a memorial." Someone recognized that person. It was the commissioner of the divine capital, Zhang Chun. They didn't know who the previous commissioners of the divine capital were, but the current commissioner of the divine capital had caused a ruckus in the imperial court several times. It was hard not to have a deep impression of him. Some of the officials in the 3 provinces and the Ministry of Personnel knew that just yesterday, the commissioner of the divine capital, Zhang Chun, was also the deputy of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Ever since the imperial examination was introduced, and the Imperial Ancestral Temple supervised the imperial examination, the deputy of the Imperial Ancestral Temple had become the most popular position in the imperial court. Cui Ming's position was only behind the Commissioner of Ministers, the Secretariat's head of department, and the ministers of the 6 departments. When he saw Zhang Chun stand out, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Zhang Chun hugged his ceremonial tablet and bowed. "I want to impeach the Assistant Minister of the Secretariat, Cui Ming, and the deputy of the Imperial Ancestral Temple." When Cui Ming heard this, his mind exploded. In the crowd, Deputy Feng was also stunned. He thought that after Prince Shou's discipline, Zhang Chun would be more obedient. He did not expect him to be so ruthless. He bypassed the Imperial Ancestral Temple and brought this matter to the imperial court. Moreover, not only did he impeach Assistant Minister Cui, but he also impeached Prince Shou. This was crazy. There were even more people in Crepe Myrtle Hall who were confused. Zhang Chun was taught by Li Mu. In the imperial court, he dared to oppose the former emperor's old system, and dared to talk back to the academy's instructors. Now why did he go against Prince Consort Cui and Prince Shou? The empress did not speak. Sheng Guanli looked at Zhang Chun and asked, "Lord Zhang, why are you impeaching them?" Zhang Chun said, "I impeached Cui Ming because Cui Ming was involved in a murder case that involved dozens of lives. I impeached the deputy of the Imperial Ancestral Temple because the deputy of the Imperial Ancestral Temple not only stopped me from summoning Cui Ming for interrogation, but also said that no matter what crime Cui Ming committed, the Imperial Ancestral Temple would protect him. May I ask, where is justice and justice for officials to protect each other?" In this short period of time, some officials already knew that Zhang Chun had just been promoted to the position of deputy of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. When the officials of the imperial court first took office, which one of them was not careful? When they spoke to their colleagues and superiors, they had to put on a smiling face. This Zhang Chun, on his first day in office, impeached his superior's superior in the imperial court. He did not even recognize his own family. At the front, Cui Ming's expression was calm. However, the fists in his sleeves were clenched tightly. Sheng Guanli turned to look at the curtain and asked, "What murder case was Assistant Minister Cui involved in?" Zhang Chun said in a low voice, More than 20 years ago, when Cui Ming was in Yangqiu County, he was engaged to a woman. Not long after, he cruelly killed the woman in order to attach himself to a prominent family in Yangqiu County. After that, he was recommended by the prominent family to enter the academy. However, he later became acquainted with the daughter of the Jiujiang County chief. As Zhang Chun spoke, there was an uproar in the imperial court. What kind of status did Cui Ming have? He was the son-in-law of Princess Yunyang and the assistant minister of the secretariat. How could he do such a cruel thing? He was worse than Qin Shimi in the opera. Twice in a row, for the sake of his own future, he killed his fiancée and even killed dozens of people in his wife's family. How could this be done by one person? Some of the old officials in the imperial court had heard of Cui Ming's past. The matter of the Jiujiang County chief colluding with the demon sect back then had caused an uproar in the imperial court. Even now, there were still people who remembered that Cui Ming had placed righteousness before family and was placed in an important position by the late emperor. Wait, this matter sounded a little familiar. Exposing his wife's family in exchange for his promotion. Wasn't this the same thing that Zhang Chun said happened to the prominent family in Yangqiu County? One fiancé, one wife, two wives' families, hundreds of people, were all killed because they colluded with the heretical cultivation of the demon sect. Assistant Minister Cui could be said to have met the wrong person. However, he himself was not affected. Instead, his official position was getting higher, and his status was getting more and more prominent. Now he was the assistant minister of the secretariat and the son-in-law of a country. It was too much of a coincidence to say that this was a coincidence. The imperial court was in chaos. A breath swept across the imperial court through the curtain, and the imperial court instantly quieted down. Shang Guanli looked at Cui Ming and asked, "Assistant Minister Cui, what do you have to say?" Cui Ming raised his head and said righteously, "The Chu family colluded with the heretical cultivation and deserved to die. Even if this official was given another chance, this official would still choose to get rid of the traitors for the country." Assistant Minister Zhang only heard a few words of slander from a despicable person, and slandered this official in the imperial court. What are your intentions? Chapter 274. None of the officials in the court believed that Zhang Chun had any ulterior motives for impeaching Cui Ming. Although Zhang Chun and Li Mu both disowned each other and disliked each other, they had one thing in common, and that was that they had no selfish motives. The old party and the new party fought each other because the competition in the imperial court was related to their actual interests. No matter how fierce Li Mu and Zhang Chun were, there was no real benefit for them. He couldn't possibly frame Assistant Minister Cui just because he was jealous that he was more handsome than him. Zhang Chun snorted coldly. "Whether I'm framing you or not, we'll know once we check Cui Ming's soul." At the front of the court, someone stepped forward and said coldly, "Impudent. Lord Cui is the emperor's son-in-law, a fourth-rank official. How can he be humiliated just because of your one-sided words?" The art of soul manipulation was a common method used by the government to investigate cases. For a suspect in a case, as long as they used the art of soul manipulation on him, they could easily break through his psychological defenses and make him spill all the secrets in his heart. Of course, the prerequisite was that the target was a mortal who had yet to condense his soul. After a cultivator condensed his soul force would be strong and it would be difficult to manipulate his soul. After 3 souls fused and condensed into a nascent spirit, it would be even more difficult to manipulate the soul. The person who manipulated the soul had to be several realms higher in cultivation than the person being manipulated. Under the art of soul manipulation, there were no secrets. However, all cultivators had secrets and opportunities. Some secrets couldn't be easily exposed in front of others. For cultivators, soul manipulation was a great taboo. There was nothing more humiliating than soul manipulation and soul searching. As a fourth-rank official and the emperor's son-in-law, as long as he didn't commit a major crime like rebellion, the court, even the emperor, couldn't perform soul manipulation and soul searching on him. Once this precedent was set, all the officials in the court would be in danger. No one knew when their thoughts and past would be exposed naked in front of others because of something. This was a bottom line that couldn't be easily crossed at the national level. Furthermore, it wasn't impossible for experts to tamper with their memories and souls. Relying too much on them would sometimes backfire. After the Minister of Personnel scolded Zhang Chun, Cui Ming stood up and said, "I've always been open and aboveboard. I'm willing to accept the soul search, Your Majesty. Please clear my name." As soon as he said this, some of the officials in the hall revealed strange expressions. Cui Ming's words were either honest and upright and had a clear conscience, or he was fearless and confident in dealing with the emperor's soul-searching. Regardless of the situation, even if the emperor really did use soul-searching, he probably wouldn't be able to find anything. And His Majesty would never do that. Because of a baseless and groundless case, the emperor's son-in-law, a rank 4 official, had already crossed the bottom line of the royal court, and it would bring even greater chaos to the royal court. Cui Ming pointed to the sky and said, "I swear on the heavens and earth that if I lie, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." In order to prove his innocence, he didn't hesitate to swear a Tao oath. This changed the opinion of some of the officials in the royal court. Cultivators respected the heavens and earth, and they wouldn't swear a Tao oath easily. A Tao oath wasn't just an oath, it also had a certain mysterious power, and could be considered as a kind of supernatural power. However, a Tao oath did not represent everything. Although many people would shout, "If I violate a Tao oath, I will be punished by the heavens," when making an oath, if every oath could be fulfilled, why would there be a need for the imperial court and the government to make an oath to the heavens when encountering unpredictable situations? Swearing a Tao oath couldn't completely prove Cui Ming's innocence. After a while, the Empress's voice finally came from behind the curtain. This case will be jointly investigated by the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Clan Temple. Assistant Minister Cui will have to cooperate with the investigation. Cui Ming said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Shang Guanli stepped forward and said, "The court is dismissed." From the beginning to the end, the Empress only mentioned Cui Ming and didn't mention Prince Shou. The officials also tacitly chose to forget about it. Prince Shou was a former member of the royal family, and his identity was sensitive. As long as he didn't commit any serious crimes, it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Cui Ming's identity was noble, and even if he was involved in a case, his freedom wasn't restricted. When he left the Ziwei Hall, he glanced at Zhang Chun, and then went to the secretariat. Zhang Chun walked out of the hall, and Minister Feng chased after him. He said angrily, You Zhang Chun, you really have the guts of a leopard. You dare to talk nonsense in the royal court without any evidence? Do you think the prince consort can make a false accusation? If the Ministry of Justice finds out that Lord Cui is innocent, your official position will be gone. Zhang Chun glanced at him indifferently and said, "You can say that after his innocence is proven." Minister Feng left angrily, and Li Mu walked up from behind. Zhang Chun looked at him and asked, "Are you sure you have a witness?" Li Mu touched the ring on his finger and said, "Don't worry. Even if the Ministry of Justice and the Zongjing Temple weren't willing to punish Cui Ming, they had to follow the Empress's orders. The court was set up in the Ministry of Justice. To prevent the Zongjing Temple and the Ministry of Justice from being biased, the Empress added that the trial would be held in public. The meaning of public trial was that all the procedures would be supervised by other officials, or the people. The trial process would be transparent, and any favoritism would be avoided. The person who sued Cui Ming was Zhang Chun, so he naturally couldn't be absent. The Zongjing Temple was attended by Prince Shou, and the Ministry of Justice was presided over by Assistant Minister Zhou Zhong. Other than that, there were a few officials from the Censorate and the Dali Temple. Li Mu was one of the officials from the Censorate. The people of Shindu also heard about it, and they all gathered outside the Ministry of Justice. Cui Ming was a relative of the emperor, and also an important official in the royal court. The country's scandal shouldn't be aired in public. Under normal circumstances, the Zongjing Temple's trial would be held in secret. This time, the Ministry of Justice didn't let the people in and closed the door. Since the people couldn't see what was going on inside, the discussions became even more heated. Who are they interrogating? Why are they making such a big fuss? I saw many officials entering earlier and they didn't even let us in. I know. My relative works in the Zongjing Temple. Yesterday, Lord Zhang and the head of the Zongjing Temple quarreled. I heard that Prince Consort Cui committed a huge crime, and Lord Zhang wanted to investigate it, but the head of the Zongjing Temple refused to let him. What crime did Prince Consort Cui commit? I heard that he killed his wife and her family for his future. Tisk, that's so vicious. Isn't he more detestable than Chen Shimi? I don't know if it's true or not, but the people interrogating Prince Consort Cui are the Assistant Minister of Justice and the head of the Zongjing Temple. They are in cahoots, so what can they get out of it? In the court of the Ministry of Justice, Cui Ming's case was presided over by Assistant Minister Zhou Zhong of the Ministry of Justice, and Prince Shou of the Zongjing Temple as his assistant. In terms of status, relatives of the royal family and officials of the fourth rank and above were under the jurisdiction of the Zongjing Temple. However, after Zhang Chun impeached Prince Shou in the imperial court, although the emperor did not punish him, it was still inappropriate for him to be the presiding judge. Although Cui Ming was the defendant, he could sit in the court because of his noble status. Zhang Chun, on the other hand, had to stand at the side. Behind the table, Assistant Minister Zhou Zhong of the Ministry of Justice patted the gavel and looked at Zhang Chun. He asked, Deputy Zhang, you said that Assistant Minister Cui killed the Chu family in Yangqiu County 20 years ago and framed the Chu family for colluding with the heretical cultivation. Do you have any evidence? If you don't, the crime of wantonly framing a relative of the royal family and an important official in the imperial court is not light. Cui Ming sat on the chair with a calm expression. He looked calm, but his attention was all on Zhang Chun. When Zhang Chun found out about this, he did not panic. What he feared the most was how Zhang Chun found out about the matter between Su He and Chu Yin, or more than 20 years ago. If Zhang Chun accidentally found out about the matter between the Chu family and Su He when he was the county magistrate of Yangqiu County, and used this to slander him and ruin his reputation in Fairy's capital, he would make Zhang Chun pay an even more painful price after this matter. He was worried that Zhang Chun really had some information that could be used against him. Zhang Chun raised his head and looked at Zhou Zhong. He smiled and said, I've been the county magistrate for more than 10 years. Without evidence, how would I dare to slander the current emperor's son-in-law? Cui Ming's eyelids twitched. He looked at Zhang Chun. Zhou Zhong said, since Deputy Zhang has evidence, take it out. Zhang Chun took out a piece of spiritual jade. He held it in his hand and crushed it. A cloud of mist emerged from the spiritual jade, and finally turned into the figure of a woman. It was Madame Chu, who had been stripped of her sword spirit identity by Li Mu. The moment Madame Chu appeared, she saw the figure sitting on the chair. For more than 20 years, she had been thinking about this figure all the time. She wanted to drink his blood, eat his flesh, and burn his soul with ghost fire day and night. The intense hatred made her lose her mind in an instant. Black chi surged around her body, and her eyes turned blood red. She pounced on Cui Ming and said sternly, Cui Ming, give me your life. The moment Madame Chu appeared, Cui Ming could no longer maintain his composure. He stood up abruptly. The next moment, Madame Chu's ghostly figure pounced on him. Cui Ming was not shocked. Instead, he was delighted. He immediately struck out with his palm and attacked with all his might. He did not expect Chu Yin'er's spirit to be with Zhang Chun. He also did not expect her to attack him with all her might as soon as she appeared. This gave him a reason to fight back. She was only at the fourth realm. This palm strike was enough to destroy her soul. She was truly dead and could not bear witness. He used all of his cultivation in this palm strike. He did not hold back at all. How dare you? At this moment, he heard a sudden roar. Zhang Chun stood in front of Madame Chu and took the full brunt of the palm strike. His body flew backward, and blood spurted from his mouth. After he landed, he pointed at Cui Ming angrily and said loudly, This is the spirit of the Chu family woman. You all saw it, right? Cui Ming wanted to destroy the witness. He has a guilty conscience. Cui Ming's expression darkened. He had raised his hand again, but he put it down again. At this moment, Madame Chu had regained some of her consciousness. However, her aura was still extremely unstable. As she stood in the Ministry of Justice's courtroom, her resentment continued to rise. Zhou Zhong's eyes flashed. He stood up abruptly, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. He suppressed Madame Chu and said sternly, "How dare you, ghost? How dare you try to assassinate the prince consort?" Li Mu knew that things were not going well. Madame Chu's hatred for Cui Ming was too strong. Now that it had erupted, her anger affected her mind. She almost went mad, and this gave Zhou Zhong an excuse to suppress her. Under the pressure of Zhou Zhong's powerful aura, Madame Chu's spirit became even more unstable. She was on the verge of collapse. However, the resentment on her grew stronger, and her aura became more and more terrifying. Her hatred for Cui Ming and his ruthlessness toward the Ministry of Justice's officials all turned into resentment in her heart. At this moment, the resentment in the Ministry of Justice was so strong that people all over the fairy's capital could sense it. Boom! When the resentment reached its peak, countless citizens on the streets of the fairy's capital looked up at the sky. At this moment, the wind and clouds in the fairy's capital swept away. Chapter 275. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky above Shendu. The clouds rolled back, revealing a giant funnel. The end of the funnel pointed at the Ministry of Justice. Dense spiritual energy gushed out of the funnel and landed on Madame Chu's body. Madame Chu's resentment disappeared, but her aura rose rapidly. From early stage 4th realm, to mid-stage 4th realm, to peak stage 4th realm. It was like a hot knife through butter. Her body emitted a powerful 5th realm aura. Zhou Zhong's pressure on him completely disappeared at this moment. Prince Shou turned to look at Zhou Zhong, then looked away. Zhang Chun got up from the ground and looked at Zhou Zhong discreetly. He coughed heavily and spat out another mouthful of blood. After reaching 5th realm, Madame Chu calmed down. She stood quietly in the court and bowed to everyone in the court. "I've been wronged for 20 years. When I see this evil man again, I can't control my emotions. Please don't blame me. I'm fine now. You can continue with the trial." The people at the side looked at each other, speechless. Was there a need to continue with the trial? Humans could be bullied, but not the heavens. This woman's resentment was so strong that it could even trigger the heavens and earth to fill her body with dense spiritual energy, allowing her to reach 5th realm. If Cui Ming didn't do anything cruel to her, why would she hate Cui Ming so much? The severity of this matter was beyond the case itself. The capital of Great Zhou, under the emperor's feet, the heavens actually created a 5th realm evil spirit. How ironic was this? Behind the table, Zhou Zhong looked at Prince Shou and asked, "Your Highness, what should we do now?" Prince Shou hid his hands in his sleeves and shook his head. "You're the presiding judge. Don't ask me. I don't know these things." Zhou Zhong looked at Madame Chu and said, "What grievances do you have? You can tell us in detail." Madame Chu raised her head and said slowly, "More than 20 years ago, when Cui Ming was still in Yangqiu County." Madame Chu spoke slowly. In the court of the Ministry of Justice, the officials at the side, like Li Mu, were shocked. After experiencing the vision of heaven and earth, they no longer doubted the woman's words. According to her, Princess Yunyang's son-in-law, Cui Ming, the assistant minister of the Secretariat, was a complete beast. For the sake of his future, not only did he kill his fiancée, he even framed his fiancée's entire clan for colluding with the heretical cultivation, and killed her to silence her. Such actions were extremely beastly, and he was simply even more despicable than Chen Shimi. The heavens must be blind to allow him to advance smoothly and sit at such a high position. After their impression of Cui Ming changed, some people even began to suspect that the collusion of the Zhejiang prefectural governor with the demon sect was also a trick he had used in order to step on the corpses of the Zhejiang prefectural governor's family and advance in the officialdom. After Madame Chu finished speaking, the court of the Ministry of Justice fell into a long silence. Zhou Zhong finally looked at Cui Ming and asked, "Assistant Minister Cui, do you have anything else to say?" Cui Ming did not say a word. At this point, no matter what he said, it would be useless. Zhou Zhong said calmly, "First detain Cui Ming and wait for Her Majesty to deal with him." At this moment, Cui Ming was calm and allowed the bailiffs of the Ministry of Justice to put on the shackles that restricted his mana. After he was taken away, a figure descended from the sky. Mr. Mei walked in and said, Her Majesty has decreed that Cui Ming is to be taken to the prison of the Imperial Clan Temple. Very few things that happened in the Luoyang could be hidden from the Empress of the Seventh Realm. The Empress had probably already predicted this when the vision appeared in the sky. Madame Chu knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Li Mu and Zhang Chun. She said, "Thank you, sir." "Thank you." Zhang Chun's face was pale. He patted his chest and said, "No need to thank me. This is what I should do." Then he looked at Li Mu and extended his hand. He said, "Do you have any more healing pills? Quickly give me some. That damn Cui Ming. That palm strike contained at least 30% of his power. I almost died." Li Mu took out a bottle of pills and threw it to him. He said, "Don't be so stubborn next time. Even if you want to protect a witness, you don't have to take that palm strike." Zhang Chun took the pills and said, "The situation was urgent. I didn't have time to think so much. This time, I need to rest for a while." Cui Ming was the emperor's son-in-law. Even if he broke the law, he would not be paraded through the streets in front of the people of the Luoyang. The people of the Ministry of Justice secretly sent him to the Imperial Clan Temple in the palace. The doors of the Ministry of Justice opened. The people scrambled to look inside, but they saw nothing. Li Mu walked out of the Ministry of Justice. Someone impatiently asked, "Constable Li, what's going on inside? Why did the sky change just now?" Li Mu smiled and said, "That villain has confessed and is in jail." The people were in an uproar. "What? That thing is true? I thought that this kind of thing only happened in dramas. This Cui Ming is even more evil than Chen Shimi. This kind of person should be cut into pieces." Li Mu saw the anger of the people and felt that it was a pity. If only Su He was in the Luoyang right now and could see this scene with her own eyes. She didn't come to the Luoyang to find Li Mu. She was probably still in the array. After this, he would immediately return to the northern region and tell her about Cui Ming's fate. Then he would go to Baiyun Mountain to reunite with Lu Hanyan. "Constable Li, good job. Thanks to you, this villain can be punished. You really are the justice of the Luoyang. Please accept our respect." Sensing the strong psyche power from the people, Li Mu was stunned. Usually he would redress the grievances for the people. Perhaps the people were used to it. However, he had been plotting behind the scenes this whole time. The person who contributed in front of the stage spoke out in the Golden Palace and was almost killed by Cui Ming in the court of the Ministry of Justice was someone else. Puffed. Zhang Chun stood beside Li Mu. He clutched his chest and couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. When he returned home gloomily, Madame Zhang saw his blood-stained official robe and ran up to him in shock. She asked in a panic, "What happened? Where did the blood come from? Didn't you go to the imperial court? How did this happen?" "It's just a small injury. It's not a big deal." Zhang Chun popped a pill into his mouth and said confidently, "That Cui Ming is indeed a beast." Just now in the court of the Ministry of Justice, seeing that the matter was exposed, he actually wanted to destroy the witness. Fortunately, I stepped forward bravely and saved the witness. Madame Zhang took off his blood-stained robe and scolded, "You're the only one who knows how to show off. If something happened to you, what would Yi and I do?" Zhang Chun snorted and said, "I'm not showing off. This is what I should do as an official and a man. It's useless for a man to be handsome. He must be righteous. If Cui Ming wasn't handsome, he wouldn't have been able to deceive those women. Some women are just short-sighted. They only care about a man's appearance and don't understand the inner workings of a man." Madame Zhang's heart ached. Yes, you're right. Sit down first. Do you feel any discomfort? Where are you hurt? Does it hurt? Ministry of Justice. After Cui Ming was taken away, the Xiao royal family and some officials from the old party came to inquire about the situation. The Minister of Personnel frowned and said, "How did this happen?" Zhou Zhong shook his head and said, "I also didn't think that the woman's resentment would be so deep. I originally wanted to force her into becoming a demon and kill her while I was at it, but I didn't think that it would stimulate her resentment and allow her to reach the fifth realm. It's all my fault." The Minister of Personnel said, "You can't blame Lord Zhou. No one expected this to happen. I didn't expect Assistant Minister Cui to have such a terrible past. He's in big trouble this time. Prince Shou said. Since he's in the Imperial Clan Temple, I'll think of a way to get him out. You can't. The Minister of Personnel said hurriedly, Heaven and earth have shown signs of abnormalities. Your Highness, you can't interfere in this matter. I think Princess Yunyang will think of a way. We can only watch. Prince Shou put his hands back into his sleeves and said, Then there's no other way. I've done everything I can. After leaving the Ministry of Justice, Li Mu did not go home, nor did he return to the divine capital Yamen. Instead, he brought Madame Chu and Mr. Mei to the palace. The situation in the court of the Ministry of Justice was very dangerous just now. Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief and said, It was too dangerous just now. If you were completely possessed in the court, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice could kill you directly. Madame Chu was silent for a moment before she said, Young Master told me that I must be rational in court. However, when Lord Zhang let me out, I suddenly lost control of my emotions. Now that I think about it, someone must have controlled me. Li Mu paused and asked, Who? Madame Chu thought for a moment and said, It was that Assistant Minister. Li Mu was shocked. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong? Madame Chu nodded. Li Mu murmured, Why did he control you? Did he want you to lose your rationality and be killed by Cui Ming? Dead people tell no tales? Madame Chu shook her head and said, After that, he used his aura to suppress me. With his strength, he could have easily destroyed my soul, but he didn't do so. With Madame Chu's cultivation at the fourth realm, to destroy her soul with aura alone would require extremely strong strength. Li Mu was shocked. Zhou Zhong is that strong? Madame Chu said, I can feel that he's very strong, very strong. Chapter 276. Zhou Zhong was the mainstay of the old party. Although his status was not as high as Cui Ming's, his status in the old party might not be comparable to Cui Ming's. Among the three provinces, the Secretariat was directly involved in the decision-making of national affairs. However, how to interpret national policies and implement them was the responsibility of the 6 ministries of the minister. Among them, the 6 ministries had a lot of freedom to act. There were many cases where they agreed in public, but disobeyed in private. The Secretariat was only responsible for making plans. It was beyond their control whether or not the 6 ministries of the minister implemented the policies, and how to implement them. Li Mu could not understand why Zhou Zhong would help Mrs. Chu. Even though he had been in Luoyang for a long time, there were many twists and turns in the imperial court. He still could not see through them. Maybe Zhou Zhong and Cui Ming had old grudges, and wanted to use Mrs. Chu to get rid of him. Or maybe he was just like Zhang Chun, a middle-aged man who was jealous of his excellent peers. Mr. Mei led Li Mu and Mrs. Chu into Shangyang Palace. Mrs. Chu was already in the 5th plane, and was one of the strongest in the world. However, when facing the back of the figure in the palace, she still lowered her head respectfully. Mr. Mei walked forward and said, Your Majesty, Li Mu and the woman from the Chu family are here. Mrs. Chu knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Your Majesty, I am your humble servant. The Empress turned around and said softly, Rise. Mrs. Chu was still kneeling on the ground and said, 20 years ago, Cui Ming killed me and 36 people of the Chu family. I beg your Majesty to uphold justice for me. The Empress raised her hand slightly, and Mrs. Chu could no longer kneel. She looked at Mrs. Chu and said, Although the tragedy of the Chu family was caused by Cui Ming, the imperial court was also at fault. I will do things according to the law. Apart from that, you can ask for any compensation you want. Mrs. Chu shook her head and said, The Chu family did not collude with the heretical cultivation. They were framed by a villain. I want the imperial court to clear the Chu family's name, and ask Cui Ming to pay the price for what he did. The Empress nodded and said, This is what the imperial court should do. She looked at Madame Chu and said, You've just broken through and your foundation isn't stable yet. Mei Wei, take some soul jade from the treasury and help her stabilize her cultivation. Mr. Mei nodded and said to Mrs. Chu, Please come with me. The current Madame Chu no longer needed Li Mu's protection. The internal guards would protect her. After they left, Li Mu did not plan to stay any longer. After the embarrassment of having his wet dream interrupted by the Empress last time, he still felt a little unnatural in front of the Empress. He was clearly wearing a few layers of clothes, and his body was tightly wrapped, but he always felt like he was naked, without a trace of clothing. Li Mu bowed and cupped his fists. "If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." The Empress asked, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Cui Ming's case was completely different from Zhang Chun making a fuss in the imperial court by the Empress. Li Mu paused and said honestly, "Cui Ming's case is better handled by the Imperial Clan Temple than by your Majesty. If your Majesty directly intervenes, it will send some wrong signals to the Imperial Court and affect the balance between the new party and the old party. Moreover, your Majesty will directly face the pressure of the West Palace and the Shao royal family." The Empress said, "You're really considerate of me." Li Mu said seriously, "Taking a salary from you and sharing your burdens is what I should do." The Empress was silent for a moment and sighed softly. She said, "More than 30 people disappeared from this world because of one false statement. Isn't the imperial court giving the local government too much power?" Li Mu had considered this problem before. When dealing with Zhao Yong and Ren Yuan, as long as the Zhang County magistrates submitted the application, and the county government checked the file and found no suspicious points, they could sign the document of execution. In reality, the person in charge of the life and death of the people was the county magistrate. There was a saying among the people, "Break a family's county magistrate, destroy a family's county magistrate." A county magistrate could destroy the families of the ordinary people in his jurisdiction. A county magistrate could destroy a family and confiscate a family's property with just a word. This would greatly increase the efficiency of closing cases, but it could easily lead to a large number of unjust, false, and wrong cases. Human lives were greater than heaven. This system of Great Zhou was indeed too hasty. He looked at the Empress and said, "Human lives are at stake. Why don't we take back the authority of local officials? Sentences above execution need to be submitted to the Ministry of Justice for approval, and finally handed to your Majesty for approval and then sent to each county." The Empress thought for a moment and nodded. "Your suggestion is very good. When you leave the palace, go to the Hall of Secretaries to pass on my decree. In the future, the sentences of serious homicide cases in each county of Great Zhou will be approved by the county government, and then handed to the Ministry of Justice." Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "Your subject obeys." Unknowingly, the distance between him and the Empress was one step closer. Things like passing on decrees should have been done by Shang Guanli. In the eyes of the officials, she was the spokesperson of the Empress. If this continued, the day when he replaced Shang Guanli was not far away. Standing in front of the Empress, he felt as if he was naked. Li Mu opened his mouth again and said, "Your subject will go to the Hall of Secretaries to pass on the decree." The Empress nodded and said, "Go." He took 2 steps and the Empress's voice came from behind him. "Do you need me to reward you with a few maids?" Sure enough, the Empress still remembered that matter. Li Mu said awkwardly, "There's no need. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your subject will take his leave." Although the Empress had good intentions, even if she rewarded Li Mu with a few beautiful maids, Li Mu would not dare to accept. Not using them was one thing. If Lu Hanyan returned home and saw a group of beautiful women in his house, he would be jealous on the first day. Up until now, Li Mu had always kept the promise he made to her before he left. After leaving Shangyang Palace, Li Mu went straight to the Hall of Secretaries. The Hall of Secretaries was a confidential place and outsiders were not allowed to enter. However, the constable at the entrance did not stop him. Some time ago, he came to the Hall of Secretaries more frequently than he came home. He could almost be considered half a person of the Hall of Secretaries. Li Mu walked through the entrance of the Hall of Secretaries and asked the constable, "Is Lord Lu here?" The constable swallowed his saliva and said, "Yes, the lords are all here. I will go and call." In the Hall of Secretaries, anyone who mentioned Li Mu's name would tremble. The assistant minister of the Hall of Secretaries, the emperor's son-in-law, was a high official with a prominent status. However, he was sent to the prison of the Zongjing Temple in less than a month. The assistant minister was sent to the Zongjing Temple by him. This was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that he first placed the Zongjing Temple on the same level as the other officials from the imperial examinations. Then, he used sufficient reasons to persuade the lords to expand the number of officials in the Zongjing Temple. Then, he took the opportunity to send his own subordinates to the Zongjing Temple. Along the way, he fought steadily and surely, advancing step by step in order to pull the assistant minister of the Hall of Secretaries down from his high horse. Before this, he did not express any intention to target Assistant Minister Cui. Even when he met him, he would take the initiative to smile and greet him. What kind of scheming was this? If he wanted to scheme against someone, it was likely that the other party would not know why they died until they were at death's door. Soon Lu Yi hurriedly ran out from a yamen and asked, "Lord Li, is there a problem?" Li Mu said, "His Majesty asked me to pass on a verbal order. In the future, when serious murder cases occur in the various counties, after being investigated by the county yamen, they will be sent to the Ministry of Justice for approval." Chapter 277. When he walked out of the secretariat, Li Mu sighed softly. Half a month ago, Lu Yi was so warm to him, calling him brotherly. Just now, in the secretariat, Lu Yi's attitude towards him had changed dramatically. Warmth became politeness, politeness with alienation, and within the alienation with vigilance. Obviously, after the incident with Cui Ming, the straight man image he had painstakingly built had collapsed. Before today, the courtiers at most thought that he was a bootlicker of the Empress. After today, they would guard against him as a cunning fox. Although a bootlicker would bite, a dog's brain was not as scheming. Foxes were different. In the eyes of most people, foxes were cunning, sinister, and treacherous. This was actually a stereotype of this race. There were foxes who were stupid. Xiao Bai almost had the words stupid, white and sweet written on his face. Once everyone's impression of him changed, no matter what he did, they would probably guess whether he had a deeper motive. When he walked out of the secretariat and passed by the palace gate, a sedan chair came from outside the palace. Out of the way, out of the way. The few sedan bearers who were carrying the palanquin berated Li Mu from afar to move aside. Li Mu looked left and right. The palace gate could allow at least 4 palanquins to pass through at the same time. He wondered who was inside the palanquin. When he walked out of the palace gate, he happened to hear a few guards talking. It's Princess Yunyang's sedan chair. The prince consort is in prison. The princess can't sit still anymore. The prince consort's character is so bad. The princess should just kick him away and let him fend for himself. Hearing Princess Yunyang's name, Li Mu looked back. The sedan chair had disappeared at the end of his line of sight. Judging from the direction, it should be going to the West Palace. The West Palace was occupied by the previous emperor's concubines. Although the great Zhou emperor had changed his surname after the empress ascended the throne, she did not purge the Xiao royal family. She also did not make things difficult for the concubines left behind by the previous emperor. They were still allowed to live in the West Palace, and were treated according to the etiquette of imperial concubines. When Mr. Mei mentioned Cui Ming and Princess Yunyang, his face was full of disdain. He looked down on the couple, and thought that they were probably jackals of the same tribe. Regardless of whether it was Princess Yunyang, the Xiao royal family, or the officials of the old party, they would certainly not watch Cui Ming fall from power. Princess Yunyang had entered the palace in such a hurry. She must have gone to the West Palace to plead for leniency. Li Mu left the palace and walked on the streets. The people on the streets were all talking about Cui Ming. Madame Chu had caused a huge commotion in the Hall of Punishments earlier, and those who saw the phenomenon couldn't help but ask about the reason behind it. You can't judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought that Prince Consort Cui, who looks like a dog, is actually a beast? I already knew that he wasn't a good person. Look at his face. His cheekbones are sunken, and his eyebrows are high. One look and I can tell that he's a hypocritical and ruthless person. All the ladies in Fairy's capital are captivated by him. There must be something strange about him. The imperial court should just kill a beast like him. Don't let him harm the women of Fairy's capital anymore. He's always loitering on the streets. It's so annoying. None of these good-looking people are good. That's not all of them. Constable Li is also good-looking. Cui Ming isn't even fit to carry his shoes. Constable Li has sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a round nose. One look and you can tell that he's an upright person. It's just that he's fated to be in love. What's so strange about that? If I were a woman, I'd want to marry him too. On the streets of Fairy's capital, butchers, waiters, and peddlers gathered in twos and threes. They all expressed their disdain for a beast like Cui Ming. They wanted nothing more than to tear him into pieces and send his soul to the 18th level of hell. In a rouge shop by the street, a few women who were choosing rouge were also discussing this matter. You can't judge a book by its cover. I didn't expect Prince Consort Cui to be this kind of person. To think that I like him so much. I even dreamt of him the day before yesterday. I didn't expect him to be such a beast. Two young women sighed while choosing rouge. Their last companion snorted and said, "No matter what Prince Consort Cui does, I'll still like him. He'll always be the Prince Consort in my heart." A woman frowned and said, "How can you be like this? He killed his wife and dozens of her family for his future. How can you like someone like this? Do you still have any sense of right and wrong?" The woman pouted and said, "I just like him. So what? Is it against the law to like someone? I just saw the princess's sedan enter the palace. Princess, you must think of a way to save the prince consort. Save your grandma's leg." The owner of the rouge shop took the rouge she was looking at from her hand. He was so angry that the muscles on his face twitched and the veins on his forehead popped. He shouted, "Get out. You're not welcome here. Get out." The woman was stunned for a moment. When she came back to her senses, she said angrily, "You dare to scold me?" The shopkeeper grabbed her arm and chased her out of the shop. He said angrily, "Not only do I dare to scold you, I also dare to hit you. I'll remember your donkey face. From now on, you're not allowed to step into my shop. Otherwise, I'll hit you every time I see you." Seeing the shopkeeper raise his hand, the woman ran away. The other two women glanced at her and did not chase after her. Li Mu looked at the woman running away and sighed in his heart. There was no lack of people like this woman. Fortunately, there were only a few people like her. In the hearts of most people, justice still existed. The shopkeeper of this rouge shop was a kind person. Li Mu went into the shop and bought 2 boxes of rouge. It could be considered as taking care of his business. Xiao Bai was a natural beauty. Even without makeup, she was still a peerless beauty. However, Li Mu felt that it was better for her to dress up. This way, she could reduce her charm and prevent him from having some messy dreams at night. Ever since the Empress had discovered that they slept together in the dream, she had never visited Li Mu's dream again. Li Mu had once asked Li Si this question. Of course, this was under the premise of concealing the Empress's identity. Li Si said that if a woman disregarded her identity and often went to meet a man at night, it was not because of love, but because of loneliness. Between Li Mu and the Empress, there was naturally no such thing as the former. But how could the Empress be lonely? Li Mu initially thought that Li Si was talking nonsense. However, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that what he said made sense. As the ruler of a country, the Empress was above millions of people. Because of her identity, status, and strength, the ruler of a country was often alone. They had no relatives or friends. The world only respected and feared them. In the long run, it was easy for their mentality to be suppressed to the point of perversion. Li Mu felt that the Empress was already a little inclined in this direction. In front of others, she was the noble Empress. She had to put on airs when she spoke. However, in Li Mu's dream, she was not polite at all to him. As someone who aspired to be the Empress's intimate little jacket, it was not enough to just help her solve her problems in the imperial court. He had to help her open her heart. There must be other ways besides letting her vent her feelings on him. Li Mu walked on the street, thinking about the Empress. He inadvertently glanced and saw a figure in front of him. It was a middle-aged man. He was not burly, but he was very tall and upright. His appearance was not as good as Cui Ming, but at least he was comparable to Tu Zhongchun's. Li Mu had investigated the Assistant Minister of Justice, Zhou Zhong, through Wang Wu. He did not have a wife or children. He lived in a house with 5 courtyards in the North Court. This house was bestowed by the previous emperor. Other than Zhou Zhong himself, there was only an old servant in the house. There were no other maids or servants. Li Mu did not understand why Zhou Zhong would join the old faction. His life was tight. Although the mansion he lived in was big, there were no maids or servants. Li Mu was sure that if Zhang Chun had that mansion, he would have to hire at least 8 maids, and all of them would have to be beautiful. The dragon slayer turned into an evil dragon because he coveted treasures and the princess. Zhou Zhong was not greedy for money, nor was he lustful. He did not use his power to oppress the common people. What was he after? Zhou Zhong suddenly turned around and asked, "Lord Li, you have followed me for so long. Could it be that you want to show off to me that you have captured Assistant Minister Cui?" Li Mu sneered. "Lord Zhou, don't you know why Cui Ming was captured?" Since Zhou Zhong's strength could control Madame Chu and affect her mind, he could also make Madame Chu go crazy in the court of the Ministry of Justice and use Cui Ming to get rid of her. However, he did not do so. Instead, he forced Madame Chu to break through. If Zhou Zhong did not have a grudge against Cui Ming, then there was a mole in the old faction. Zhou Zhong glanced at him and said, "The affairs of the court are not as you imagine. It is too early to talk about victory or defeat." Li Mu asked, "What do you mean?" Zhou Zhong said, "You will know by tomorrow at the latest." After saying this, he turned to leave. After taking 2 steps, he paused and turned back to say, "The Chu family's matter can be considered a wake-up call for the court. If you really want to serve the people wholeheartedly, you should propose to His Majesty to take back the right to kill the people in each county." Li Mu said, "Lord Zhou, you don't have to worry about this. I have just reported this matter to His Majesty. In the future, after the counties review the cases, the case files will be submitted to the Ministry of Justice for review. His Majesty will approve it and distribute it to the counties." Zhou Zhong nodded and said, "That is good." Li Mu thought of something. He looked at Zhou Zhong and asked, "If I remember correctly, Lord Zhou pushed for this law reform more than 10 years ago. Why was it abolished later?" Zhou Zhong said indifferently, "Because His Majesty found it troublesome." Li Mu cursed inwardly. Many of the decrees and laws of His Majesty's time were left to this day. The good great Zhou was ruined by His Majesty. Now that the world was taken over by His Majesty could only blame His Majesty. Thinking of His Majesty, Li Mu could not help but think of the Empress. He sighed and said, "Her Majesty is still the most brilliant." Zhou Zhong nodded in agreement and said, "Although loyal dogs are hard to come by, they must meet a wise ruler." Li Mu rejoiced and said, "Fortunately, I met Her Majesty." Then he realized something. He raised his head and said angrily, "Who are you calling a dog?" Chapter 278. Being a subject and being a loyal dog were 2 different things. Unfortunately, many people in this world didn't understand the difference between the 2. Heaven, earth, ruler, family, and teacher. In people's hearts, these 5 were people that they had to respect and obey. This concept had been deeply rooted in people's hearts since ancient times. People had to maintain respect for heaven and earth, be loyal to their ruler, love their country, be filial to their parents, and respect their teachers. These were all virtues, but being loyal to the ruler was for the sake of love. Love didn't necessarily mean being loyal to the ruler. When faced with an incapable ruler like the previous emperor, being loyal to the ruler was no different from bringing disaster to the country. For the sake of cultivation and to realize the value of justice in his heart, Li Mu was willing to do things for the Great Zhou court and the people of Great Zhou. However, this didn't mean that he would crawl at the feet of the Empress and be a loyal dog. The Empress might be high and mighty in the eyes of others, but in Li Mu's heart, she couldn't be majestic. When he thought of how she had ravaged him in his dreams, the majestic image he had painstakingly built for her collapsed in an instant. Li Mu couldn't see through Zhou Zhong, but he knew that over the years, as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, he had shielded many people from the old party. However, he had also made incomparable contributions to perfecting the laws of Great Zhou. If one carefully read commentary on the laws of Zhou, they would discover that Zhou Zhong would amend or add a new section of the law every once in a while. In Wei Bin's case, according to the old laws, there was no doubt that his sentence would have been reduced. However, 2 years ago, Zhou Zhong had defined rape of more than 2 people as a serious case. Wei Peng's law of Great Zhou hadn't been updated in time, and by a freak combination of factors, he had successfully obtained the death penalty for Wei Bin. If one carefully studied commentary on the laws of Zhou, it was easy to discover one thing. In the past decade or so, Zhou Zhong hadn't touched on the interests of the nobles in Chengdu. Ever since the failure of the reform, he had never tried to abolish the penal code. Instead, he had used a silent method to promote the reform of the laws at the lower levels. If he hadn't revised the laws 2 years ago, Li Mu would have been able to see Wei Bin and the others in Chengdu a few years later. Human nature was complicated. It was hard to label someone like Zhou Zhong as a good or bad person. However, there was no doubt that he was a smart person. He would not have said those words to Li Mu for no reason. Regarding Cui Ming, it was still too early to talk about winning or losing. Li Mu pondered for a long time. He was certain that from the perspective of the law, Cui Ming would not be able to escape death unless the Empress protected him. Therefore, Princess Yunyang would definitely persuade the Empress Dowager or Consort Dowager to persuade the Empress. However, with the Empress's character, she would definitely not agree. After feeling sorry for the Empress for a while, he had already walked to the entrance of the Li residence. Li Mu pushed the door open and said, "Xiaobai, come and see what I bought for you." Li Mu stepped through the door and stopped. Xiaobai was squatting in the garden in front of the courtyard, holding a small shovel. Other than Xiaobai, there was also a woman standing in the garden. Xiaobai planted the flowers she had bought a few days ago and patted the soil with the small shovel. She asked, "Sister Zhou, when will these seeds bloom?" The Empress said softly, "Step aside." Xiaobai took the shovel and walked out of the garden. When she saw Li Mu, she said happily, "Young master, you're back." Li Mu had just parted with the Empress at the palace. He had gone to the secretariat and chatted with Zhou Zhong on the street, which had taken up a lot of time. However, she had arrived home before Li Mu. It seemed that she had been at the Li residence for a while. The Empress glanced at him and said, "The palace will not be peaceful for the next 2 days. I came to your place to hide." Li Mu immediately understood what she meant. For Cui Ming's case, Princess Yunyang would definitely ask the Empress Dowager and Imperial Concubine Dowager for help. These people were the concubines of the former emperor and the elders of the Empress. If they lowered their status and pleaded for Cui Ming, the Empress would definitely be in a dilemma. Under such circumstances, it was not a bad idea to not see and not hear. Li Mu thought for a while and asked, "How long will your Majesty be hiding here? Do you need me to clean up a room for you?" Xiaobai put down the shovel and said with a smile, "I've talked to Sister Zhou. She will sleep with me tonight." Li Mu sighed. When would Xiaobai become more vigilant? During the time when Li Mu returned from the palace, she had already treated the Empress as a sister. Human thoughts were complicated. For demons like her, who had grown up in the mountains and had never interacted with humans before, many of them were very naive. They were so naive that they gave people the impression that they lacked a brain. She and Bai Tingxin were both this type. Of course, the Empress was trustworthy. Li Mu was happy to see Xiaobai build a good relationship with her. Xiaobai still did not know that the Sister Zhou she spoke of was the richest woman in the Great Zhou. If she got closer to her, she might have a chance to grow 5 tails and 6 tails. What surprised Li Mu was that Xiaobai was naive and ignorant. She did not have much respect for her status as the Empress. The Empress could actually put down her status and call a little fox sister. She really did not behave like an Empress at all. However, he soon realized that Li Si was probably right. She was powerful and had a high status, but she was also human. Humans would feel lonely. After becoming the Empress, she had no relatives, no friends, and even no enemies. For the sake of the throne, the Xiao royal family had fought with the new party to the bitter end. However, what they were fighting for was the position of the next emperor. As the youngest transcendent expert in the Great Zhou dynasty, the Xiao royal family would not dare to become her enemy. Li Mu sighed. As a person, she did not even have an enemy. No wonder she would feel lonely. Xiaobai was silly because of this. When others knew the empress's status, they would respect her and stay away from her. Xiaobai was close to anyone who treated her well. This was the nature of the Heavenly Fox clan. As for Xiaobai, because she was so beautiful that even women could not arouse the slightest jealousy, it was easy for her to capture the empress's heart. Last time, the empress gave her a few drops of Heavenly Fox blood essence, allowing her to advance to 4 tails. She remembered this kindness in her heart, and probably forgot the task Lu Hanyan gave her. She automatically excluded the empress from the ranks of fox spirits. While these thoughts flashed through Li Mu's mind, the empress had already walked out of the garden. She stood outside the garden and gently waved her sleeves. Li Mu instantly felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the courtyard suddenly became abundant. In the garden, the seeds that Xiaobai had just planted sprouted and broke out of the ground. They grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. First, green leaves were born, and then buds were formed. In a short moment, the buds that had just formed buds were competing to bloom. In a few breaths of time, the garden in the Li residence was full of flowers. Li Mu marveled at the transcendent powerhouse's Taoist magic. Xiaobai was already dumbfounded. She grabbed the empress's sleeve and said blankly, "Sister Zhou, I want to learn this." The empress pinched her face and said, "When you grow another tail, I will teach you." Li Mu didn't tell Xiaobai that if she wanted to reach the empress's level, she would have to grow another 3 tails and become a 7-tailed fox. Spring was a magical power that could be performed by a powerhouse in the creation realm. However, the cultivation of the 5th realm was only at the level of making the withered tree sprout. The empress's Taoist magic that could make the withered tree bloom in a short period of time required at least the cultivation of the 7th realm. In the small courtyard, the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Xiaobai ran into the garden, sniffing and looking around. Li Mu remembered that there was no more food at home, and the matter of Cui Ming would probably not be resolved in a day or 2. In other words, the empress would have to stay here for at least 2 days. He looked at the empress and asked, "Your Majesty, what kind of food do you like to eat? I will go and buy it." The empress said lightly, "I said, you don't have to call me that outside the palace." It seemed that she really didn't like being the empress. After leaving the palace, she didn't even say "Your Majesty." However, in this way, Li Mu was a little troubled about how to address her. If he called her Miss Zhou, it would seem distant, but if he called her Miss Xiao, it would be a little strange. Like Xiaobai, it didn't seem appropriate to call her sister Zhou either. Xiao Zhou, Xiao Xiao, or directly calling her by her full name would be even more inappropriate. Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, "What do you like to eat?" Since he didn't know how to address her, he might as well not address her and save himself the trouble. The empress thought for a moment and said, "Fish tofu." There were 3 people, so 4 dishes and 1 soup should be enough. Xiaobai liked to eat chicken, and the empress liked to eat fish. Li Mu made steamed sea bass, Xiaobai's favorite stewed chicken with mushrooms, braised tofu, and casually stir-fried some vegetables. The last dish was the soup that Xiaobai spent 2 hours to meticulously brew. Without Mr. Mei and Shangguan Li, and with Xiaobai's liveliness, this meal was much more lively than the last time. Gradually Li Mu also realized something. He could completely treat Zhou Yi of the Li residence and the empress in the palace separately. The woman sitting opposite him now was not the monarch of a country. She was just an elder sister who had the same name as the empress and whom Xiaobai had just met. At the dinner table in the Li residence, the atmosphere was harmonious. In a hall in the West Palace, Princess Yunyang knelt on the ground and begged, "Mother, please save the prince consort." Opposite her, a woman who looked to be about the same age as her, and who also looked very similar to her, slowly stood up. She said coldly, "Back then, I advised you that Cui Ming's status is not good enough for you, but you refused to listen to me. Now that he has caused trouble, you only know to come and beg me?" Princess Yunyang stepped forward, hugged her leg and said, "Mother, no matter what, he is still my prince consort. I have already lost 1 prince consort. Do you want me to lose another one?" She was her daughter after all. The woman sighed, helped her up and said, "Okay, I will put down my old face and beg His Majesty." Princess Yunyang stood up, wiped her tears and said happily, "I knew it. Mother is the best." A moment later, at the gate of Shangyang Palace, Looking at the woman in the palace dress walking slowly, Shangguanli bowed and said, "Greetings, Imperial Dowager." The woman in the palace dress asked, "Is His Majesty in the palace? I have something to see His Majesty." Shangguanli looked at the woman in the palace dress, shook her head, and said, "Imperial Dowager, His Majesty is not in the palace." Chapter 279. West Palace, Yongshou Palace. The imperial concubine returned less than a minute after leaving the palace. Princess Yunyang hurried out and asked, "Mother, what did she say?" The imperial concubine said calmly, "She's not in the palace." Princess Yunyang's expression changed. She said flatly, "That's impossible. She's no longer a member of the Zhou family. If she's not in the palace, where else could she be?" The imperial concubine said calmly, "It's true that she's not in the palace. She probably predicted that you would ask me to beg her. Tomorrow, the imperial concubine temple will judge the prince consort according to the law. She doesn't want to see us." Princess Yunyang said anxiously, "Mother, what should we do now? You have to help me think of a way." The imperial concubine thought for a while. She looked at her and asked, "Do you really have to save him?" Princess Yunyang nodded and said, "No matter what, I have to save him." The imperial concubine thought for a long time and finally sighed. She walked into her bedroom and took out a wooden box from under her pillow. She opened the wooden box and handed a golden token to Princess Yunyang. She said, "This token was given by the late emperor. I only have one. Take it to the imperial concubine temple tomorrow and give it to Prince Shou. He'll know what to do." Princess Yunyang asked suspiciously, "This token can save the prince consort?" The imperial concubine said, "You just have to do as I say." Li residence. Li Mu put the tofu that the empress asked for into the boiling pot and sighed. Who would have thought that the empress of the Great Zhou, a seventh realm transcendent powerhouse, would not be in the palace but sit here and eat hot pot with them? Most of the food in the palace was exquisite. The special feature was that the quantity was small, and the presentation was very particular. Of course, the taste was not bad. Needless to say, the culinary skills of the imperial chefs were top-notch. Those who could cook in the palace were all at the top of the industry. The palace cuisine used the best ingredients and had the most meticulous processing. Li Mu was fortunate enough to eat it twice, and it was really a pleasure. In comparison, hot pot was much simpler. Some simple vegetables were put in the pot and boiled. In terms of taste, it was naturally incomparable to the delicacies in the palace. However, when a few people gathered together, their faces flushed red from the heat, and they fought over a piece of cooked tofu. This kind of different atmosphere was something that could never be experienced in the palace. When she was eating in the palace, no one dared, and no one had the right to sit with her. Li Mu stole a glance at the empress. He couldn't help but wonder if the empress had a twin sister who looked just like her. The one in the palace was the empress, and the one outside was her sister. Li Mu scooped up a piece of meat for himself and said, "Today, the Zongjing Temple's final trial of Cui Ming should be over soon." The empress put down her chopsticks and looked in the direction of the imperial clan temple. She counted with her fingers, and her beautiful eyebrows suddenly furrowed. Li Mu noticed her strange behavior and asked, "What's wrong?" The empress stood up and said, "I'm going back to the palace." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure disappeared in front of Li Mu and Xiaobai. Xiaobai's mouth was stuffed with food, and she swallowed it with great difficulty. She exclaimed, "Sister Zhou is so awesome." Li Mu patted her head and said, "You eat first. I'll go to the palace." The empress originally planned to avoid the matter of Cui Ming here, but after only one night, she changed her mind. It seemed that something had happened at the imperial clan temple. Li Mu remembered Zhou Zhong's reminder, so he walked out of the house and went straight to the palace. At the imperial clan temple, the final trial of Cui Ming's case was held today at the imperial clan temple. Many officials gathered in the imperial clan temple to listen to the trial. King Shou looked at the old party members with a helpless expression and asked, "The crimes committed by Prince Consort Cui are enough for him to die 100 times. Tell me, What should I do? If I kill him, he's one of us. If I don't kill him, I'll be bending the law for my own benefit. How am I going to explain it to His Majesty and the people? I'm so troubled. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel asked, Is there still no news from the princess and the dowager? Someone said, The princess went to the palace yesterday to beg the dowager for help. I heard that the dowager went to see His Majesty, but His Majesty wasn't in the palace. He didn't return last night. Ah, His Majesty didn't return last night. If His Majesty didn't return to the palace, where else could he have gone? Could it be the Zhou family? Impossible, His Majesty has long lost contact with the Zhou family. He must be hiding from the dowager and the princess. It's obvious that His Majesty doesn't want to get involved in this matter. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel coughed and said, Don't talk about His Majesty. The most important thing now is Assistant Minister Cui. King Shou waved his hand and said, I can't save him, but I can't not save him either. Who can tell me what I should do? Zhou Zhong said faintly, We can't save Assistant Minister Cui. If we save him, it will implicate King Shou. Moreover, King Shou can only save him for a while. When the time comes, King Shou will be implicated and the Imperial Clan Temple will change hands. Assistant Minister Cui's case still needs to be retried, so let's not waste our efforts. King Shou said, What Assistant Minister Zhou said makes sense. Why don't we just forget about it? As soon as he said that, an Imperial Clan Temple official ran in and announced loudly, Princess Yunyang has arrived. Greetings, Princess. When Princess Yunyang walked in, everyone greeted her. Princess Yunyang bowed to King Shou and said, Greetings, uncle. You may dispense with the formalities. King Shou waved his hand and said, Have you found a way to save the prince consort? Princess Yunyang nodded and said, I found it. King Shou was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He said in disbelief, You found it? Princess Yunyang took out the golden token and said, Uncle, please take a look. When he saw the golden token, King Shou realized something. He patted his head and said disappointedly, How could I forget about this? Princess Yunyang said in surprise, Uncle, you don't seem too happy? King Shou sighed and said, I'm just blaming myself. If I had thought of this earlier, the prince consort wouldn't have to suffer so much. The imperial noble consort didn't tell her the use of the token. Princess Yunyang quickly asked, Uncle, can this token really save the prince consort? King Shou took the token and weighed it in his hand. He nodded and said, This is a token that the late emperor ordered the Ministry of Works to make with meteoric iron in order to reward the important officials of the imperial court. The token is also plated with a layer of fine gold. The holder of this token will be exempted from the death penalty unless they commit treason. There are a total of 13 death exemption tokens. The imperial noble consort was very favored by the late emperor. It seems that the late emperor also gave her one, someone asked. Can the imperial noble consort's token save Assistant Minister Cui? King Shou nodded and said, As long as the imperial noble consort is willing, this token can save anyone. When the officials of the old party heard this, they were all delighted. The Assistant Minister of Personnel asked, Can this token absolve Assistant Minister Cui of his crimes? King Shou said, It can, but it can't. Those who use the death exemption token will be stripped of their post and salary. This token can save his life, but he will no longer be the assistant minister of the Secretariat. He will only be the prince consort in name, but not in reality. The imperial court will have to take back his residence and no longer give him the salary of a prince consort. Cui Ming was the assistant minister of the Secretariat. This position allowed them to be the first to know about the state's affairs. They could control the imperial court through the decisions of the Secretariat. After the incident in Yang County, the assistant minister of personnel used Cui Ming to order the imperial court to reward the evil spirit. Once he lost this position, the old party would lose a large part of their control over the imperial court. In other words, even if he could keep his life, he would be useless to the old party. The assistant minister of personnel sighed and said, This is already the best ending. Moments later, in the imperial clan estate, at the entrance of the prison, Zhang Chun blocked King Shou's path and shouted angrily. What? You want to release Cui Ming? Cui Ming committed such a grave crime. And you want to release him? Do you have no respect for the law? King Shou held up the token and said, This is the death exemption token granted by the late emperor. Those who hold this token will be exempted from the death penalty, except for those who have committed treason. This is the law. Zhang Chun said loudly. You are using the death exemption token from the late emperor. What are you doing to His Majesty? King Shou snorted and said, A ruler doesn't joke. The death exemption token represents the dignity of the imperial family and the Great Zhou. As long as the Great Zhou still exists, this token will be effective. Those who see this token will be the same as seeing the late emperor. Those who resist this token will be the same as resisting the imperial edict. Those who resist the edict will be executed, and the three races will be exterminated. Zhang Chun stepped aside and extended his hand. Please. When Li Mu arrived at the imperial clan office, he learned from Zhang Chun that Cui Ming had returned with Princess Yunyang. At the critical moment when the trial was about to begin, Princess Yunyang sent the death exemption token and exempted him from the death penalty. Although Cui Ming lost his position, the prince consort's residence, and his salary, he kept his life. At this moment, Li Mu finally understood the meaning of Zhou Zhong's words. It was impossible to say that everyone was equal before the law. The death exemption token granted by the late emperor was a privilege for these people. With the death exemption token, as long as they didn't rebel, they could be exempted from the death penalty even if they committed murder or arson. With the death exemption token, they could become an outlaw. This wasn't a special case in the Great Zhou. Li Mu knew that in the world he came from, this kind of thing happened a lot in history. However, the death exemption token in that world was called the Red Ink Iron Certificate. The holder of the Red Ink Iron Certificate could be exempted from the death penalty 9 times, and his descendants could be exempted from the death penalty 3 times. This was something that really happened in history. This of course destroyed the fairness of society and the fairness of the law. However, the law of this world was meant to serve a small number of people. In essence, the country was still governed by people and not by the law. Zhou Zhong proposed that the powerful were punished the same as the common people. Not only did he lose his position, but he also almost lost his life because the law protected the powerful, not the common people. Zhang Chun gritted his teeth and said, There are 37 lives in the Chu family. A lousy token in exchange for 37 lives. This damn death exemption token. I heard it. Prince Shou walked out from the side and said, You dare to say that the death exemption token granted by the late emperor is a lousy token. Zhang Chun, I finally got something on you. What did I say just now? Zhang Chun looked at Li Mu and asked, Li Mu, did you hear it? Li Mu shook his head and said, No. Zhang Chun looked at Prince Shou and said, I didn't say anything. Your Highness, don't slander me. Prince Shou snorted at Zhang Chun and said, I'm in a good mood today. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Zhang Chun gritted his teeth and said, Don't be happy too early. I won't let that bastard Cui Ming go. King Shou shrugged and said with disdain, What else can you do? Although a death exemption medallion can only be used once, do you have anything on Assistant Minister Cui? Can you prove that he was the one who framed the Zhejiang prefectural governor? If you can't prove it, then stop boasting in front of me. He glanced at Li Mu and Zhang Chun and said, Let's go home and watch the opera. Chapter 280. The death exemption medallion can only be used once? Everyone can only be spared once? Li Mu and Zhang Chun looked at each other. They had obtained some important information from King Shou's words. The death exemption medallion was a one-time use item. Moreover, the same person could not be spared twice. This meant that if they found evidence of Cui Ming's crimes, even if Princess Yunyang could take out the death exemption medallion, she would not be able to pardon Cui Ming like this time. It had been more than a decade since the Zhejiang prefectural governor colluded with the devil sect. The chances of a witness surviving were very small. When Su He and Madame Chu died, Cui Ming had not yet started cultivating. This was why there was a possibility that the souls of Su He and Madame Chu still existed. After gaining the support of the Zhejiang prefectural governor, Cui Ming's cultivation would definitely increase greatly in a short time, just like Li Si. At that time, Cui Ming would be even more thorough. The Zhejiang prefectural governor's family would probably not even have their souls left. Using this clue to force Cui Ming to his death was very unlikely. However, Li Mu still had Su He. As long as she came out of seclusion, he could bring her to the divine capital and tell her about what happened back then. No one would be able to protect Cui Ming. Although Su He did not tell Li Mu about her, it was clear that Cui Ming was the first to get engaged to her. Then he gained the support of the Chu clan. Then he killed the entire Chu clan for the daughter of the Zhejiang prefectural governor. After that, he married Princess Yunyang. Li Mu looked at King Shou's departing figure. He had enough reason to suspect that Cui Ming's position in the old faction was really that high. Or was it just because he was handsome that all the men in the divine capital were jealous of him? Even if they were his accomplices? This reason was no longer important. What was important was that Li Mu had to return to the northern county. He had planned to return to the northern county after Cui Ming was executed. Now that Cui Ming had been rescued, it was even more necessary for him to go there. After visiting Yuhanyan and Wanwan on Mount Baiyun, he still had to go to the Bay of Clearwater to wait for Su He to come out of seclusion. She had been in seclusion for nearly half a year. No matter how slow her advancement was, she should have come out of seclusion in the near future. Not everyone was as lucky as Xiao Yu and Madame Chu. On the path of cultivation, Su He had a much harder time. Perhaps it was because her resentment was different from Xiao Yu and Madame Chu. Before Xiao Yu died, she suffered a great injustice. She was able to ascend to the 5th level with her incantation that shook the heavens. Madame Chu's entire clan had been killed. In the past 20 years after her death, she had no other feelings in her heart other than hatred towards Cui Ming. As long as she could kill Cui Ming, she was even willing to let her soul dissipate. This was the biggest difference between Su He and Madame Chu. In Mrs. Chu's heart, there was only ruthless killing intent. However, the feeling that Su He gave Li Mu was that of a living person. She had joy and anger, resentment and worry, and she was also mischievous and mischievous. She often teased Li Mu until his face turned red. Although they had both died once, as spiritual bodies, Madame Chu lived for hatred while Su He lived for herself. Li Mu walked out of the Zongjing temple. He didn't go out of the palace. Instead, he walked toward Shangyang Palace. Before returning to the North County, he needed to inform the Empress. Nominally, he was the arrestor of the Luoyang government and the imperial censor of the palace. However, his most important identity was the Empress's internal guard. The Luoyang government and the censorate couldn't control him. Shang Guanli stood outside the gate of Shangyang Palace. Li Mu walked over and said, "I have something to discuss with Her Majesty." Shang Guanli turned and walked into the main hall. Soon she came out and said, "Let's go in." Li Mu walked into the main hall and found that Mr. Mei and Madame Chu were both there. Madame Chu's breath was extremely unstable. Obviously, she already knew that Cui Ming had been released. Li Mu walked to her and said, "I hope you don't blame Her Majesty. Her Majesty can't change the fact that Princess Yunyang took out the death-free golden medallion. Even the Empress couldn't do anything about the former Emperor's death-free golden medallion. Although her surname was Zhou and not Xiao, she still had to address the former Emperor as father. If she didn't acknowledge the former Emperor's death-free golden medallion, she would be unfilial. In history, there was once an emperor of the great Zhou dynasty who gave a golden whip to his important officials. Even the later emperors had to be wary of him. The emperors of a country were all people who wanted to leave their names in history. No one wanted to bear the name of being unfilial. Moreover, the emperor's promise was the country's promise in the eyes of everyone. Even if everyone thought that the death-free golden medallion was unreasonable, the imperial court had to abide by it since it existed. After Madame Chu calmed down, she said, "I don't dare to blame Her Majesty. Cui Ming killed my entire family. Even if my soul is destroyed, I will make Cui Ming pay with his life. Don't be impulsive." Li Mu looked at Madame Chu and said, "I will think of a way to deal with Cui Ming." It was obviously not a good idea for Madame Chu to go against Cui Ming. She had just advanced and her strength was not stable. Cui Ming had been in the creation realm for many years and was not weak. He probably had many trump cards. If she took revenge, she would just be courting death. At this moment, the Empress said calmly, with Cui Ming's temperament, there is a high possibility that the incident with the Jiujiang County chief was framed by him. Unfortunately, too much time has passed and it is impossible to deduce. We can only search Cui Ming's soul. Li Mu hurriedly said. Your Majesty, we can't make an exception. Everyone, including Li Mu, had their own privacy and secrets. If the imperial court made an exception, Pandora's box would be opened. This would have a worse impact than the death-free golden medallion and the silver law of guilt. There were no secrets between people. Everyone was selfless and didn't hide anything. They didn't commit any crimes. This sounded wonderful, but it was terrifying when one thought about it. Even when the government searched the souls of people, it had to be based on a large amount of evidence. If they could pry into people's minds based on guesses, the order of the world would be messed up. Li Mu hoped that Cui Ming would die, but he could not cross the line. He looked at the Empress and said, Your Majesty, I want to go back to the North County. When Cui Ming was in Yangqiu County, the first woman he killed has turned into a ghost cultivator. We are friends. If we invite her, we can sentence Cui Ming to death. At that time, no one will be able to protect him. Madame Chu looked at Li Mu and finally understood why Li Mu wanted Cui Ming to die. She asked, You know that girl? Li Mu nodded and said, She is my friend. Madame Chu sighed and said, I have wronged her. Li Mu shook his head and said, The person who killed her is Cui Ming. It has nothing to do with you. The Empress thought for a while and said, You have offended many people in the Immortal's capital. I will let Mei Wei go with you. Li Mu shook his head and said, No need. Even if there is an accident, I can protect myself. He had also reached the level of supernatural power. The power he could use was stronger than the mana of Madame Chu and Su He. With the help of various spells, he could close the gap between normal cultivators in the Destiny realm. If he counted in the talisman's treasure, he could fight with the cultivators in Dongxian for a while. Li Mu refused to be escorted, and the Empress did not insist. She said, Remember to come back before the imperial examinations. I hope you can participate in the examinations this time. There were still 2 months before the examinations. No matter what, it was enough. The way to become an official in the Zhou dynasty had changed. The imperial examinations had become the stepping stone. If Li Mu wanted to play a bigger role in the court, he had to participate. As long as he could pass the examinations, no matter what the Empress arranged for him in the future, no one could object. After asking for leave from the Empress, Li Mu returned home. He packed his things with Little White and planned to leave as soon as possible. The news of Princess Yunyang using the death exemption medallion to save the prince consort had spread throughout the divine capital. When the people of the divine capital heard this, they fell into a long silence. In the play, Chen Shimi abandoned his wife and son, and in the end, he was punished by the heavens. The audience was delighted. However, in reality, Prince Consort Cui killed his wife and exterminated his family. He bore the burden of dozens of lives, but he was still able to get away with it. As the prince consort, he enjoyed endless glory and wealth. A play was ultimately just a play. The Ministry of Justice. The director of the Ministry of Justice sat in the guardroom and sighed. I didn't expect Princess Yunyang to have such a move. The death exemption medallion bestowed by the late emperor is probably something that even His Majesty can't object to. Whoever has the medallion has an extra life and can do whatever they want in the Zhou dynasty. As the director of the Ministry of Justice, although he would sometimes cover for people from the old faction, it was within the scope of the law. Assistant Minister Zhou once said that if the law was not fair to everyone, then the law would be meaningless. According to Assistant Minister Zhou, the death exemption medallion should not exist in the first place. The Assistant Minister's office. Zhou Zhong sat behind the desk and flipped open a book on the table. The book was blank. There was only a page in the middle that was densely filled with words. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that it was a list of names. There were 13 neatly written names on the paper. 3 of the names had been crossed out. Zhou Zhong picked up a pen and gently crossed out the words Imperial Noble Consort. Chapter 281. Li Mu packed up his things and waited for Xiao Bai in the courtyard. When he thought of Cui Ming's ending, he still felt some regret. In fact, he originally wanted to deal with Cui Ming himself without Su He doing anything. At that time, Su He would not have to come to Shindu and would not have to see Cui Ming. The incident from 20 years ago would also not cause her any harm. He did not expect that the great Zhou actually had something like a death exemption medallion. In order to punish Cui Ming, he had planned for half a month. He had written a script to create public opinion, and he had also coaxed and pestered the 6 officials of the Imperial Secretariat. After much difficulty, he finally sent Zhang Chun to the Imperial Clan Temple and successfully took down Cui Ming. In the end, he lost to a broken medallion. There were too many misdeeds left behind by the previous emperor. After one was dealt with, another one would appear. It was impossible to guard against it. If he lived for a few more decades, the great Zhou would be destroyed by his hands sooner or later. A piece of scrap metal could destroy the justice of the law. It was the biggest stain on the great Zhou's law and could not be tolerated. When he returned from the northern county, he would sooner or later turn those medallions into real scrap metal. Xiao Bai walked out of the room with a small bag on her back. She happily said, "Benefactor, I'm done packing. Let's go." Li Mu looked at the bulging bag on her shoulder and said helplessly, "We're not moving. Why are you bringing this?" Xiao Bai tightened the bag and said, "This is a gift for Sister Lu and Wan Wan." Although the little fox was usually a little silly and dull, she was very considerate. Li Mu did not say anything else. He was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. He asked Xiao Bai, "When we return to the northern county, if Sister Lu asks you if I've been fooling around in Shindu, how will you answer?" Xiao Bai said without hesitation, "Other than me, there are no other little fox spirits by your side." "Very good." Li Mu patted her head and said, "Let's go." Not being a womanizer was completely different from not having a woman by his side. In addition to Mr. Mei, Li Mu had close contact with her friends in the great music bar, including Miao Miao, Enin Little 7, 16, and the Queen, who had come here twice for free meals. Although Li Mu had a clear conscience, he still wanted to give Xiao Bai a heads up in advance so that she wouldn't stupidly shoot her mouth off and say something she shouldn't. Now, it seemed that the little girl was not as foolish as Li Mu had imagined. The two of them left the city and walked out of the no-fly zone outside the divine capital. Li Mu looked back at the distant divine capital and took out 2 high-level talismans. He handed one to Xiao Bai and stuck the other to himself. In the next moment, the two of them flew into the air and disappeared into the horizon. He had many enemies in the divine capital. Since he dared to swagger out of the divine capital, he naturally had something to rely on. Lu Hanyan had asked Li Si to give him a thick stack of high-level talismans for escaping. Anyone with ulterior motives who wanted to follow them under the Dongxian wouldn't even be able to see their backs. Not long after the two of them disappeared on the main road, not far behind them, a cloaked figure lifted the bamboo hat on his head, and a look of shock appeared on his face. So fast, he looked up at the sky in front of him. In a few breaths, he could no longer see the two of them. Even if he used his fastest Dharma treasure, he couldn't match their speed. He stood in the same place for a while, and had no choice but to turn back. Entering the fairy's capital again, he circled around a few streets before entering a mansion in the southern courtyard. After entering the mansion, he walked straight to the deepest courtyard. A short conversation could be heard from the courtyard. A moment later, the sound of tables and chairs being overturned, porcelain shattering, and a woman's hysterical cursing could be heard from the room in the courtyard. The princess residence. After returning from the Imperial Clan Temple, the prince consort's residence had been searched. Everything in the prince consort's residence, including the residence, had been confiscated by the imperial court. Cui Ming could only stay in the princess residence. In a bedroom of the princess mansion, moaning sounds rose and fell one after another, continuous and unending. 4 hours later, Cui Ming walked out of the bedroom. When he pushed open the door, he could vaguely see the scene in the room. Cui Ming stood in the courtyard and adjusted his belt. A servant walked in from outside and bowed. Prince Consort, Li Mu just left the divine capital. Cui Ming's face darkened when he heard Li Mu's name. He had used more than 20 years to climb step by step to the position of assistant minister of the secretariat. During this time, he had gone through countless hardships and setbacks and spent a lot of essence and blood to reach his current position. In one night, Li Mu had made him lose everything. This huge difference and turn had almost caused his mentality to completely collapse and give birth to an inner demon. Although he had suppressed it with great difficulty, he had also lost several years of cultivation, causing his realm to drop greatly. He had almost fallen from the creation realm to the transcendent realm. This matter would not only affect his future cultivation, but he could only wait until the Shao clan regained the throne if he wanted to make a comeback. All of this was because of Li Mu. He wanted to skin him alive, pull out his tendons, remove his bones, and refine his soul. However, in the divine capital, with His Majesty protecting him, he had no chance to do so. Li Mu's departure from the divine capital was exactly what he wanted. Cui Ming asked, "Where did he go?" The servant said, "From the direction he left the city, it should be the North County." North County. Cui Ming's face darkened when he heard this. The North County meant a lot to him. The North County was his starting point. He had taken his first step in the North County and walked step by step to where he was today. However, the North County was also his final destination. Because of his carelessness in the North County more than 20 years ago, his 20 years of accumulation and hard work had gone to waste. Cui Ming muttered, "Li Mu is as cunning as a fox." Many people in the divine capital hate him to the bone and want him to die without a complete corpse. Why would he suddenly leave the divine capital and go to the North County? Could it be? Cui Ming suddenly woke up. Could it be that he wants to find Suhi? The moment he thought of this, his face turned completely gloomy. Madame Chu had already made him lose everything. If the fact that he had killed Suhi in order to climb up to the Chu clan was exposed, even the death exemption medallion would not be able to save his life. He could either leave the divine capital now, or Li Mu would leave the divine capital and never come back. He could let him and Suhi, who was very likely to become a ghost cultivator, stay in the North County together forever. Cui Ming asked in a low voice, "Has Elder Lu come back?" The servant shook his head and said, "No." Cui Ming was puzzled. He had sent Elder Lu to the North County to investigate Chuyin and Suhi. It had been more than half a month, and there was no news from him. As a fifth realm cultivator, as long as he left the divine capital and did not offend the 4 sects and 6 schools of Buddhism and Taoism, he could do whatever he wanted in any county. It was unlikely that anything had happened to him. However, if nothing had happened, why had there been no news at all for so many days? Cui Ming paced in the courtyard. After Elder Lu left, there was no one around him that he could use. However, Li Mu and Suhi were bound to die. If they did not die, Cui Ming would be the one to die. Cui Ming's expression changed for a while. Finally, he gritted his teeth and flipped his hand. A palm-sized bronze mirror appeared in his hand. He walked to the study and bit his fingertip. Using blood as ink, he wrote a few lines on the bronze mirror. Then he put down the bronze mirror and crossed his hands. After forming a few seals, he sent his spirit energy into the bronze mirror. A white light flashed on the bronze mirror, and the blood-red words on it slowly disappeared, as if they were being swallowed by something. Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Garden. The garden was full of flowers. The Empress walked slowly among the flowers. Mr. Mei walked in from outside and said, "Your Majesty, Li Mu has left the divine capital." In the short time that he left, there were many movements in the southern and northern courtyards. Do we really not need to send people to protect him? The Empress smiled and said, "He's not as weak as you think. Even Thousand Illusion Shangren died in his hands. What can those people do to him? You've seen him bully others, but when have you seen others bully him?" Mr. Mei thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. Although Li Mu had offended many people, those who dared to bully him did not end up well. Being beaten with a cane was a light punishment. Those who were more serious would not be able to keep their heads. Those who were more serious would be chopped into ashes on the street. The prince consort of Princess Lianyang lost his official position and had his property confiscated. Many people in the court called him Her Majesty's little fox after betraying him. Mr. May recalled the process of meeting Li Mu. He spoke softly, was good-looking, liked to laugh, did things in a straightforward manner, was righteous, and did not want to compromise. Who would have thought that he was also full of tricks when he was up to no good? Thinking of this, she inadvertently glanced at the Empress. She saw a faint smile on the Empress's face. At that moment, the beauty of the Empress even overshadowed the flowers in the garden. Mr. May was dazed for a moment. Ever since she married the Crown Prince, she rarely saw such a smile on the Empress's face. Chapter 282. Shendu. 20 years ago, the prince consort, Cui Ming, killed his wife and exiled her family. After Princess Yunyang took out the death exemption medallion bestowed by the late emperor, Cui Ming was released from the ancestral temple. The people's discussion gradually died down. The play Chen Shimi, which was very popular in Shendu, was also banned under the instructions of the old party. This play involved the prince consort, the princess, and even the old consort. It was suspected of insinuating and smearing the reputation of the royal family. All the major theaters were not allowed to perform this play anymore. Those who violated the rules would be punished according to the law. Ever since a few theaters were banned and closed down, Chen Shimi, which was popular for a while, was no longer sung in Shendu. Although the people did not dare to say it out loud, they could not help but laugh in their hearts. What insinuating and smearing! It was all nonsense. Reality was worse than the play. In the play, Chen Shimi abandoned his wife and children, and ended up dying a horrible death. Prince consort Cui, who was a traitor, did all kinds of evil things. He was 1,000 times more hateful than Chen Shimi. In the end, he still got away with it, and continued to be a relative of the royal family. Cui Ming's case came to an end. More major events were happening in Shendu every day. After the reform of the imperial court selection system, the first imperial examination became the most important thing. The talents recommended by the 36 counties gradually gathered in Shendu. What happened a few days ago would soon be forgotten. North County, Baiyun Mountain. When Li Mu followed Yuzhen back to the mountain last time, the disciples of the ancestral court of Fulu school had already seen him. After Li Mu explained his intentions, 2 disciples personally brought him and Xiaobai to Baiyun Mountain. The 4 of them landed on the square in front of the palace on Baiyun Mountain. Someone in the palace sensed them and 2 people walked out. One was an old man, and the other was an old woman. The old woman on the right was called Hua Yangzi. She was the one who brought Li Mu and Lu Hanyan to tour the entire Baiyun Mountain. After greeting each other, the old woman looked at Li Mu with a surprised gaze. The last time he saw him, he had only just condensed his spirit. It had only been 2 months, but the aura on his body had already become extremely obscure. It was obvious that he had already stepped into the divine ability realm. For those with average aptitude, it would take 10 to 20 years, or even longer to advance from astral focus to divine ability, but he only took 2 months. This kind of cultivation speed was simply terrifying. It was comparable to the top geniuses of the ancestral court. Although the speed of those geniuses entering the middle realm was fast, but that was because they had more than 10 years of accumulation. The last time she saw Li Mu, he was just an ordinary divine condensation cultivator. Without a doubt, he must have encountered a great opportunity in these 2 months. Everyone had their own fortuitous encounters. The old woman stopped thinking about it and said with a smile, "I'll take you to junior sister Lu's residence." On top of White Cloud Peak, there was a mountain with an abundance of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Most of the disciples on the mountain lived together. Only the elders and core disciples above the transcendent realm had the right to establish their own residence on the mountain. As the disciple of the first seat, Lu Hanyan's status was equal to that of the elders. The place where she lived was full of spiritual energy and beautiful scenery. It was a place that countless disciples and even many elders envied. At this moment, She was sitting at a stone table in the courtyard with one hand supporting her chin. She watched the flowing clouds leisurely float by in front of her eyes. White cranes flew among the clouds and cried out clearly. However, she was not in the mood to enjoy the scenery or cultivate. She was in a daze out of habit. The clouds floating by the distant mountain gradually transformed into the appearance of a person in her eyes. When she was young, she was sold to the music hall by her parents. She did not have enough to eat every day. She practiced the zither until she could not lift her arms. She gritted her teeth and endured it. Now she could not bear to miss a person. In these 2 months, she wanted to go to the divine capital with Wan to find Li Mu more than once, but she also resisted this idea more than once. For the first time in more than 10 years, she had found someone she could rely on, but she didn't want to completely rely on him. In order to have the ability to face some things with him, she had finally hardened her heart and made this decision. She absolutely couldn't give up halfway. That night, she watched him face a life and death crisis alone while she could only hide in a safe place. She did not want to experience it again. Wan rested her chin on her hands and sat across from her. She muttered, "I wonder how young master is doing in the Immortal's capital. Is he eating well? Is he wearing good clothes? Is he living well? Is he being bullied? Those bad people in the Immortal's capital love to bully people." Hearing Wan's words, Lu Hanyan could not help but worry. She had been in the divine capital for more than 10 years. She knew better than anyone what the divine capital was like. The imperial court there was dark, the officials were muddle-headed, the people were numb, and the children of the rich and powerful were lawless. If they committed crimes, they only needed to pay for it with silver. They did not need to be punished by the law. The students of the academy bullied women. Many women from good families were tainted by them. After tasting the sweetness of dual cultivation, he could no longer give up. The two kissed for a long time before their lips slowly parted. A faint blush appeared on Lu Hanyan's pretty face. She said, "Let's go out. Wan and Xiaobai are still outside." Li Mu was a little reluctant to part with her. He hugged her soft body tighter and said, "What are you afraid of? They are not outsiders." After being separated for so long, Lu Hanyan was even more reluctant to let go. She said softly, "Then let's hug for a while more." The two hugged each other tightly and quietly listened to each other's heartbeat. They didn't say a word, but it was better than 1,000 words. Lu Hanyan was still a little shy. After a few minutes, she pulled Li Mu out. Xiaobai was taking out the gifts she brought from Chengdu from a small bag and placing them on the table. "This is a hairpin for Sister Wan. This is rouge for Sister Hanyan. This is the flower seed that benefactor and I bought in Chengdu. It will be beautiful after it blossoms." After distributing the gifts, she couldn't wait to plant the flowers in the flower bed outside with Wan. Wan watered the flower bed and asked, "When will these seeds bloom?" Xiaobai was stunned for a moment. Then she shook her head and said, "I don't know. When we were in Chengdu, Sister Zhou just waved her sleeves and they suddenly grew." Li Mu keenly sensed that his grip on his hand tightened. Lu Hanyan stood in front of the flower bed and looked at Xiaobai. She smiled and asked, "Which Sister Zhou?" Chapter 283. Xiaobai paused for a moment before saying, That's right. Li Mu took the initiative to say, "It's Her Majesty the Empress." This time, it was Lu Hanyan's turn to be stunned. She couldn't believe her ears and even forgot to be jealous. She asked, "What did you say?" Li Mu explained, "You also know that when I was in North County, I did some things that were beneficial to Her Majesty. After coming to Chengdu, Her Majesty valued me very much. One time, Her Majesty went on a private tour and happened to come to our house. Xiaobai met her at that time." At this moment, what he said to Lu Hanyan was the truth. However, he tactfully chose to hide the fact that he was ravaged by the Empress in his dream, and was caught by her in his wet dream. Without waiting for her to ask in detail, Li Mu asked in return, "Don't tell me you suspect that I have some kind of ambiguous relationship with Her Majesty?" Lu Hanyan pinched his waist and said angrily, "Don't offend Her Majesty." Li Mu said, It's okay. This is North County. She can't hear. Lu Hanyan stomped her feet. That's still not okay. Li Mu said. Okay. I won't say any more. I'll listen to you. The men of Great Zhou might not be convinced that a woman was the empress, but Li Mu knew that many women in Great Zhou respected and worshipped the empress. In addition to Shangguanli, Lord Zheng's daughter also seemed to regard the empress as her idol. He didn't expect that even Lu Hanyan would be so protective of her. If they knew that the empress was not only dignified but also had an S side, the image in their hearts would probably immediately collapse. Hearing that Her Majesty took good care of Li Mu, Lu Hanyan was finally relieved. As for whether the two of them had any other relationship, she didn't have a trace of doubt at all. The empress was the symbol of nobility, majesty, and holiness. As long as she had such thoughts, she felt that it was an unforgivable sin. After putting on the identity of the empress, there was no need for Li Mu to explain who Big Sister Zhou was. He sized up Lu Hanyan with a glance and said in disbelief, "You have mystical power so quickly?" A moment ago when Lu Hanyan attacked him, Li Mu discovered that her cultivation had already reached the middle realm. Li Mu himself had done countless good deeds in the divine capital. He had absorbed the willpower of countless commoners, spent countless spirit jades, and worked like a horse for the empress. With her help, he had been able to upgrade his divine ability in 2 months. After arriving at Mount Baiyun, he realized that Lu Hanyan's improvement in the past 2 months was even greater than his. Lu Hanyan said with a little pride, "In the past 2 months, I have been cultivating well. Master has also helped me a lot in my cultivation." As she spoke, she looked at Li Mu and asked in confusion, "Why are you also upgrading so quickly?" After consuming a lot of the sect's resources, and with the help of her master, she was able to advance a few days ago. She thought that when Li Mu came back and saw that her cultivation had surpassed his, he would be shocked. But what she didn't expect was that just like her, he had also advanced to the middle realm. Li Mu glanced at her and said, "Do you think you are the only one who has been cultivating well?" He actually said this with a little guilty conscience. In the past 2 months, he had only cared about fighting with the officials, the rich, and the old parties. Where would he find the time to cultivate hard? He had only used the time that others cultivated hard to take shortcuts. On the surface, he didn't seem to have guided qi cultivation, but the empress was a 7th realm elite. Casually hugging her thigh for a while could save him years of hard cultivation. Lu Hanyan had hugged Yu Zhenzi's thigh, but the empress's thigh was obviously longer and fairer than Yu Zhenzi's. Lu Hanyan said doubtfully, "That's impossible. Even if you didn't eat or drink for the past 2 months and absorbed the spiritual jades all the time, it's impossible for you to break through so quickly. You must be hiding something from me." After not seeing him for 3 days, she had a whole new level of respect for him. When it came to cultivation, Li Mu could easily fool Lu Hanyan in the past. After cultivating on Mount Baiyun for 2 months, the current Lu Hanyan was obviously not so gullible anymore. Li Mu said in amusement, "Actually, it's nothing much. I originally didn't want to break through so quickly. It was Her Majesty who helped me. Her Majesty is a 7th realm transcendent elite. She is as powerful as your sect master. This kind of thing is nothing to her." Lu Hanyan said in surprise, "Why is Her Majesty so good to you?" Li Mu said, "I exchanged all of this with my own hard work. You don't know, but in the past 2 months in Shindu, I worked like a horse for Her Majesty. I gave my all and did so many things in exchange for such an opportunity." Lu Hanyan held his hand and said sympathetically, "It's been hard on you." "It's not hard at all." Li Mu shook his head and said, "Only when I become stronger can I have the ability to protect you. Although it's hard to work for Her Majesty is also very generous. She let me be an internal guard. Not only did she give me cultivation resources, but she also rewarded us with a 5-section house. In the future, when you and Wanwan come back, you will have a big house to stay in." Lu Hanyan said in surprise, "A 5-sectioned house? Where is it?" Li Mu said, "The North Garden." Lu Hanyan was shocked. With her savings, she probably couldn't afford a 5-sectioned house in Shindu, let alone the North Garden, where the high officials and nobles lived. Without a certain status, One couldn't afford a house in that kind of place even if they had the money. As if she realized something, Lu Hanyan looked at Li Mu and asked, Her Majesty is so good to you. Are the things you did in Chengdu very dangerous? Li Mu didn't want her to worry, so he smiled and said, No, it's mainly because Her Majesty is generous to her own people. What I did was just some trivial things. Xiaobai looked at Lu Hanyan and said, Sister Lu, do you and Sister Wanwan want to come back to Chengdu with us? Our house is very big, and only my benefactor and I live in it. Lu Hanyan looked tempted, but she still shook her head and said, Not now. Wait until my cultivation improves a bit more. Li Mu didn't say anything to Xiaobai this time. He had made too many enemies in Chengdu. With his current strength, he couldn't protect them very well, unless they were like Xiaobai and stayed at home all day. At the very least, he had to learn most of the supernatural powers of the supernatural realm, and improve his strength by a large margin. He had to gain a firm foothold in Chengdu. Thinking of something, he looked at Lu Hanyan and said with a smile, This time in Chengdu, I went to the great music bar and saw Yimin, Miao Miao, Little 7, Little 16 and the others. They asked me a lot about you. Hearing about her former good sisters, Lu Hanyan looked excited and asked, You saw them? How are they now? Li Mu said, They're doing very well now. It's just that you left without saying goodbye. Lu Hanyan lowered her head and whispered, I didn't want to see everyone sad when we parted. Li Mu gently held her hand and said, You'll see them when you go to Chengdu. Lu Hanyan looked at him and said seriously, You have to take good care of them for me. Life in the great music bar isn't easy. They can't afford to offend anyone, and people often bully them. Little 7 and 16 are still young, so they don't dare to tell us when they're bullied. Li Mu patted her hand and said, Don't worry, everyone in Chengdu knows that the great music bar is under my protection. Who dares to bully them? Lu Hanyan tapped his forehead and said, Don't try to show off. Chengdu isn't North County. There are many people we can't afford to offend there. You've only been there for 2 months, so you don't know much about Chengdu. Remember the people I'm talking about, they're the most arrogant and despotic children of officials. If you see them, you have to avoid them. Now even their fathers and grandfathers had to think twice before meeting Li Mu, let alone the sons of the rich and powerful officials in Luoyang. Li Mu waved his hand and said, No need. Lu Hanyan glared at him and said, I'm serious, listen to me. Li Mu was helpless, but he could only nod. Lu Hanyan thought about it and said, There are many playboys in Chengdu. You have to remember these people and avoid them. They are Zhu Tsong, the son of the director of the Ministry of Rights, Yang Xiu, the son of the director of the Ministry of Justice, Wei Peng, the son of the vice director of the Ministry of Revenue, and the grandson of the minister of Taichung Temple. Li Mu shook his head and said, They've been quite honest recently. Lu Hanyan looked at him and asked, You know them? Li Mu nodded and said, I know them. These scum like to bully people. After I taught them a lesson, they became much more honest. They hide when they see me on the street. Lu Hanyan said in disbelief, You taught them a lesson. They're the sons of officials. They don't need to be punished for breaking the law. They can pay for it with silver. Yang Xiu's father is the director of the Ministry of Justice. When they're in the Ministry of Justice, they can turn black into white. Li Mu explained, The Silver Act has been abolished. Back then, His Majesty wanted to abolish the Silver Act, but many officials objected. Later, I beat up their sons, grandsons, and so on and then compensated them with silver. It was reasonable and legal. The director of the Ministry of Justice didn't punish me, so those officials took the initiative to ask for the abolition of the Silver Act. Actually, the director of the Ministry of Justice isn't that bad. Most of the time he's very reasonable. Lu Hanyan was stunned and asked, The silver law has been abolished? Li Mu nodded and said, It's been abolished a long time ago. Lu Hanyan was silent for a long time before she accepted this fact. She thought for a while and said, There's also the students of the academy. The academy has a high status. The officials of the imperial court are all their students. Now the students of the academy are morally corrupt. They often bully the musicians in the workshop. You can't have a conflict with them. Li Mu said, A few days ago, Little 7 was almost molested by a student of the academy. Later, I caught a few scum of the academy and chopped off their heads. Now the students of the 3 academies are honest. In the future, the imperial court will no longer choose officials from the 4 academies. The academies monopolizing the imperial court has become history. Too many things had happened in the Luoyang in the past 2 months. Lu Hanyan couldn't come back to her senses. She was silent for a long time before she said, "There's another person who's more terrifying than the ones I just mentioned. He's called Zhou Chuchu. He's a member of the Zhou family, and the Empress's younger brother. He's arrogant and domineering in the Luoyang and won't shy away from any evil." Li Mu nodded and said, "This guy is indeed more arrogant than the others. Not only did he kill someone on the street, he even dared to threaten the victim's family. He's simply lawless. So I simply struck him to death with a thunderbolt to prevent him from harming the people." Lu Hanyan stared blankly at Li Mu and asked, "Is this what you meant by a trivial matter?" Chapter 284. Although Lu Hanyan trusted Li Mu completely, she still could not believe what he had just said. Those hedonistic sons of rich families were tyrannical and lawless in Fairy's capital. Lu Hanyan had grown up hearing about their misdeeds. What exactly did these people go through to change their personalities in just 2 months? As long as she could remember, there had been a law of paying for crimes. Many officials had proposed to abolish it, but in the end, there had been no result. How could it be abolished so suddenly? The academy no longer had a transcendent status, and the young ruffian of the Zhou family, Zhou Chu, was dead. Were these all the trivial things he had done in the past 2 months? Lu Hanyan looked at Xiaobai and asked, "Is what he said true?" Xiaobai nodded and said, "It's true. The people of Luoyang like you very much. When we buy things on the street, they don't even take our money." After the shock, Lu Hanyan was only left with worry. She looked at Li Mu worriedly and asked, "You've offended so many people. Where will you go in Luoyang in the future? Why don't you quit being an official? We'll stay in Beijun. You can cultivate with me on Mount Baiyun." Li Mu smiled and said, "Don't worry. You know how many treasures I have. Besides, Her Majesty will protect me in Luoyang. It's the safest place in Great Zhou." Li Mu and Lu Hanyan did not walk the same path of cultivation. She had a master who was at the peak of Dongxian and had a purine body like her. Lu Hanyan was destined to inherit the mantle of Yuzenzi. The resources of the ancestral court of Fulu School were at her disposal. However, Li Mu's cultivation depended on himself. The faith of the people was the foundation of his cultivation. Since he stood on the side of the people, he naturally had to stand on the opposite side of the privileged class. It was inevitable that he would offend people. Fortunately, he had the Empress and his own trump cards were not weak. Luoyang seemed dangerous, but it was also safe. After comforting Lu Hanyan for a while, she finally dispelled her worries. After 2 months of not seeing each other, Lu Hanyan had made rapid progress. And Wanwan was not bad either. Her cultivation had already reached the spirit condensation realm. And because of her Lingtong, her strength was far beyond the spirit condensation realm. Just now when Li Mu was invisible, Lu Hanyan didn't discover him, but he couldn't hide from Wanwan's eyes. If Wanwan were to advance to the middle realm one day, her spirit eyes would probably evolve as well. After not seeing each other for 2 months, Xiaobai had endless things to talk to them about. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Mu and Lu Hanyan looked at each other and understood what each other meant. The two of them stood up at the same time and said to the 2 girls, "It's getting late, you should rest early." After a while, the 2 of them sat cross-legged on the bed in Lu Hanyan's room. Their hands were clasped together, and mana flowed back and forth between their bodies through their hands. Traces of heaven and earth spiritual qi were attracted and quickly entered their bodies. After 2 months, Li Mu once again experienced the joy of duo cultivation. Cultivation was a boring thing, but duo cultivation of yin and yang brought a special sense of pleasure to both the body and the soul. This might be the reason why they were addicted to duo cultivation. The next day, the 2 of them didn't wake up until late in the morning. After that, Li Mu rode on his sword to Qingxian Peak. After being notified by the disciples guarding the peak, Hanja quickly walked out of the Taoist palace of Qingxian Peak. He strode over and patted Li Mu on the shoulder, and asked, "How was Luoyang?" Li Mu smiled. "It was fine." He looked around and didn't see the figure that often followed behind Hanja. He asked, "Where's junior sister Qin?" Speaking of junior sister Qin, Hanja looked helpless and said, "She didn't cultivate properly and always followed behind me. I asked her to go into seclusion. She's not allowed to come out until she reaches spirit concentration." As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Li Mu with a strange look, and found that he couldn't see through him at all. The last time they met, the two of them were spirit concentration. Now in Hanja's eyes, Li Mu was just like an ordinary person. Naturally, his cultivation couldn't have regressed. The only explanation was that Li Mu's cultivation had far surpassed his. Hanja probed, "You have divine power?" Li Mu didn't deny it and nodded slightly. Hanja was stunned for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said, "Freak, I thought junior sister Li was fast enough. I didn't expect you to be even faster." Li Mu was silent for a moment. His lips moved, but before he spoke, Hanja said, "I know what you want to ask. Junior sister Li isn't here. I've kept an eye out for you. She hasn't returned to the sect in the past 2 months. If you really want to see her, maybe you can come back in 4 months. In 4 months, it will be the Triennial Peak competition. Junior sister Li's strength is one of the best in Purple Cloud Peak. She should be back to support Purple Cloud Peak." After chatting with Hanja for a while, he went to supervise junior sister Qin's cultivation. Li Mu returned to White Cloud Peak again. Lu Hanyan was watering the flowers that Wan Wan and Xiao Bai planted yesterday. She asked, "Did you see your friend?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Yes." Lu Hanyan asked again, "Did you see Miss Li?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I didn't go to Purple Cloud Peak. When I was talking to Hanja about her, he said she wasn't in the sect." In front of Lu Hanyan, Li Mu didn't deliberately hide anything. Their relationship was only 1 step away. If he hid it too much, it would show that he was guilty. It was better to be honest. Li Mu didn't continue this topic. He asked, "Hanja said that in 4 months, there will be a grand competition in the sect. Will you participate?" Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, "I don't think so. That's a competition for the younger generation. What would I do there?" Li Mu almost forgot that Lu Hanyan's status was equal to the elders of the various peaks. With her strength, it would be a bit of a bully for her to participate in such a competition. The grand competition's requirements were for young disciples under the age of 25. At this age, those who could reach the spirit convergence realm were already outstanding. Those who could reach the divine power realm were already top geniuses. They either had great talent or incomparable perseverance. There weren't many people like this in the ancestral court of Fulu school. Although talent was very important on the path of cultivation, it was very difficult to become strong with talent alone without hard work and the accumulation of years of cultivation. Although it was rare for young people to reach the spirit convergence realm, it wasn't that they didn't exist. However, the 5th realm cultivators Li Mu had seen were mostly middle-aged or old. Xiaoyu's situation was special. The youngest creation realm cultivator he had seen was Shangguan Li. However, she was 5 or 6 years older than Li Mu. If she hadn't been by the Empress side all year round, it would have been impossible for her to become a strong cultivator so early. The Empress wanted him to return to the divine capital before the imperial examinations. There were still 2 months before the examinations. Including the preparation time, there was plenty of time. Li Mu planned to stay in the North County for a few more days to accompany them. He stayed in Baiyun Mountain for 3 days, and then went to the county city with Lu Hanyan. After leaving the North County city, Lu Hanyan handed the Yunyan Pavilion to Zhang Shan to manage. He didn't make a name for himself as a constable, but he was very talented in business. He didn't let down Lu Hanyan's trust. The Yunyan Pavilion's business was getting better day by day. Zhang Shan was so busy that he lost a lot of weight. However, he was more energetic and his eyes were shining. Li Mu didn't lack cultivation resources now. He spent some effort to guide him into the path of cultivation, and gave him some Fulu and Dharma treasures to protect himself. Although he didn't have to do dangerous jobs anymore, he could still cultivate to protect himself. At the very least, he could strengthen his body and prolong his life. In the county city, Li Mu accompanied Lu Hanyan for 3 more days. He originally wanted to drink with the White Demon King and see his 2 nieces. However, he only saw the Green Bull Demon. From him, he learned that after Madame Bai came out of the ice coffin, the White Demon King and his family went out to play and hadn't returned yet. Li Mu was able to return to the county city. In the end, he returned to Yangqiu County with Lu Hanyan. This was the place where they knew each other. It was also the place where Li Mu had lived the longest when he first came to this world. In these few days, the 2 of them cherished this reunion very much. They were together for almost 24 hours every day. The progress of their relationship was only 1 step away. Li Mu wasn't in a hurry. For a woman, this matter was sacred and had a sense of ceremony. It had to be left until the night of the wedding. Their original plan was to leave this day for the day of their breakthrough. They would use each other's primordial yang and primordial yin to break through to the middle realm. However, no one expected that Lu Hanyan would enter the Fulu school and Li Mu would meet the Empress. The 2 of them had already broken through to the God Power realm. They definitely couldn't wait until the next breakthrough. On the 2nd day after returning to Yangqiu County, Li Mu left the city and went to Clearwater Bay. This time, other than returning to the northern region to see Lu Hanyan and Wanwan, he also had an important mission. That was to bring Su He back to the divine capital and send Cui Ming on his way. After leaving the city, Li Mu flew on his sword and arrived at Clearwater Bay in an instant. Landing in front of the familiar hut, Li Mu was stunned as he looked at the surroundings. The illusion that Su He had set up was gone. The house by the shore had collapsed. The surrounding trees were crooked and some had even been uprooted. More importantly, the deep pool that originally existed here had dried up. The altar at the bottom of the pool was still there, but it was almost destroyed. The female corpse on the altar was also gone. Li Mu's face was gloomy as he searched the surroundings. Not only did he not find Su He's presence, but he also didn't find the 2 female ghosts. He only found the reason why the pool where the altar was located had dried up. For some unknown reason, the river that flowed through the Gulf of Clearwater suddenly changed its course 2 li before it passed through the Gulf of Clearwater, bypassing the Gulf of Clearwater. In this way, without the suppression of the water vein, the formation on the altar at the bottom of the sea would immediately lose its effect. Unable to trap the female corpse underwater, Li Mu looked around and saw the mess by the shore of Clearwater Bay. Could this be caused by the battle between the female corpse and Su He after she escaped? Although they were of the same origin, one was a soul and the other was a physical body, they both wanted to devour each other's consciousness to reach perfection. When the 2 appeared at the same time, a great battle was unavoidable. Li Mu carefully thought about it and relaxed a little. After refining part of Thousand Illusion's soul force, Su He's strength was much stronger than that of the spirit corpse. If she stayed in the array, she would have a chance to retain her consciousness. Once she left the altar, she would be killed by Su He and her body would be taken over. Li Mu didn't have to worry about Su He at all. What he cared about now was where Su He had gone. Chapter 285. At the shore of the Bay of Jade, Li Mu carefully examined the traces in the surroundings and confirmed that they were the result of a battle. The river that flowed through the Bay of Jade had also changed its course because the fierce battle had shattered the cliffs and blocked the original channel, causing the altar at the Bay of Jade to lose its water supply. Gradually, Li Mu discovered a few more problems. According to his initial deduction, the change in the river's course should have caused the altar's formation to weaken, allowing the spiritual corpse at the bottom to break out of the formation and engage in a great battle with Su He. However, after careful examination, Li Mu felt that there should have been 2 experts above the 5th level fighting here. They had shattered the cliffs and forced the river to change its course, causing the female corpse at the bottom to break out of the formation. One of the 5th level experts had to be Su He, so who could the other be? The possibility of it being a passing expert was not high. Many cultivators like to kill ghosts and demons indiscriminately. However, even cultivators who wanted to slay demons and protect the Tao would consider their own strength. They would definitely not fight with experts of the same level. If they fought with experts of similar strength, both sides would often be injured. Cultivation was not easy. No one wanted to be injured and cause their cultivation to drop, unless their target was Suhi. Who could have such a deep grudge against her? The answer was already obvious. Cui Ming. If Li Mu could think of Suhi, how could Cui Ming not think of it? After luckily escaping Madame Chu's calamity, he would definitely want to cut the weeds and eliminate all threats to him. Suddenly, Li Mu felt all the hairs on his body stand on end as a great sense of danger arose. He abruptly turned around and looked behind him. Behind him was a messy forest. A few trees had been overturned, and those that were still standing on the ground were also swaying left and right. For some reason, this forest gave him an incomparably strange feeling. However, no matter whether he used his heaven's eye or opened his eyes, he could not see anything strange about this forest. Li Mu's eyes flashed slightly. He turned his back to the forest and slowly walked towards the dried-up pool. Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking came from behind him. A branch from a poplar tree closest to Li Mu suddenly shot out and stabbed at Li Mu's back. The speed of the branch was unbelievably fast. Li Mu subconsciously dodged and avoided it, but his arm was still stabbed. After the branch pierced Li Mu's arm, it directly collapsed. However, there was no wound on Li Mu's arm, nor was there any blood. Bang! On the other hand, a strange sound suddenly came from the trunk of the poplar tree. Wood chips flew everywhere, and a large hole appeared on the trunk. The wholeness formula was a substitution technique. After Li Mu advanced to a divine ability, he could already master it. This technique could divert a portion of fatal damage. For such an attack, it could divert all of it. After the first attack failed, more branches madly grew out of the poplar tree and attacked Li Mu at lightning speed. Li Mu unsheathed Bai and faced the attacking branches. There was a sound similar to metal clashing. Bai slashed at the branches, but only left a shallow mark. He did not expect the branches to be so tough. They were not inferior to magic items. Li Mu had never seen such a divine ability. A green light flashed in his hand and Bai disappeared. The Qingxian sword was in his hand. Li Mu raised his sword and slashed at the branches. This time, the branches attacking him were easily chopped off like tofu. Soon, only the bare trunk of the poplar tree was left. In the next moment, Li Mu suddenly felt his legs tighten. He looked down and realized that his legs were entangled by two vines that extended from the ground. He waved the Qingxian sword and two green lights flashed. Two thick vines were cut off by the Qingxian sword. Li Mu held the Qingxian sword in his hand and looked around. He realized that in a short period of time, he was surrounded by the shadows of trees. The trees in the forest surrounded him in layers. They were constantly changing their positions, implying some kind of formation. If they were allowed to form a formation, it would be very difficult for him to break the formation. Moreover, the person behind the scenes had not shown himself yet. Li Mu did not think too much. He took out a fulu and threw it into the air. Rumble! In the sky, the sound of thunder was loud. A huge purple thunder net came down from the sky. When the trees around Li Mu came into contact with the purple lightning net, they immediately turned into black ashes. Only a thick willow tree remained standing in its original place. A human face appeared on the willow tree. It was the face of an old man. He was staring at Li Mu with a horrified look. Green liquid flowed out from the corner of his mouth. This cultivator in the magical state, the strength of his Dharma treasure, the strength of his fulu, and the strangeness of his supernatural powers were completely beyond his imagination. He, who was seriously injured, wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack this human cultivator and devour his essence, blood and soul to recover from his injuries. He did not expect to be at a disadvantage in such a short period of time. Not only did his injuries not recover, they even worsened. Everything in this trip to the North region was beyond his expectations. First, he found out that the soul of the woman that the prince consort asked him to find was still there. Moreover, she had already become a fifth realm ghost cultivator. Even though she had just entered the fifth realm, he suffered a lot. In the end, just as he was about to use his powerful spiritual power to heavily injure the female ghost and kill her, something happened. Their battle destroyed a cliff, and the collapsed cliff caused the river to stop flowing. After that, a female corpse flew out of the pool. That female corpse looked exactly the same as the female ghost. Although she was only at the peak of the 4th realm, she was only one step away from the 5th realm. After the female corpse appeared, she first attacked the female ghost. He wanted to sit back and enjoy the fruits of her labor. He did not expect that the two would team up to deal with him. Although he was strong, he could not take on the combined forces of the corpse and ghost. After heavily injuring them, they escaped. He could not chase after them, so he could only stay here and recover. Today he finally saw a human cultivator, and wanted to devour him to recover. He did not expect this person's strength to be beyond his imagination. Instead, it brought him trouble. 5th realm tree demon. Li Mu's face was gloomy. He looked at the face on the willow tree and said, "Cui Ming sent you. Where is Suhi?" This person pointed out Prince Consort Cui. The old man's expression changed, and he immediately understood. Prince Consort Chui's guess was right. Someone wanted to use the female ghost to cause trouble. Since that was the case, he could not let him go so easily. The willow tree changed and turned into a skinny old man. His feet were rooted to the ground. Branches and vines quickly drilled out of the ground and surrounded the forest Li Mu was in. Countless branches and vines shot toward Li Mu from all directions. Although Li Mu had a treasured armor to protect him, it mainly defended against spells. Even the treasured armor could not completely protect him from physical attacks that had no blind spots. Li Mu formed a seal with one hand and silently chanted a spell. The Qingxian sword turned into thousands of sword shadows and surrounded his body. They scattered in all directions. Wherever the sword light passed, the vines and branches were all destroyed. Puff! The old man's body trembled and he grunted. He spat out green liquid again. Li Mu looked at him and asked coldly, "Speak. Where is Suhi?" The old man's aura withered again, and his face was filled with shock. After the short battle just now, he was almost certain that even if he was at his peak, he might not be a match for this Abhijina cultivator. Moreover, he had only recovered less than 30% of his strength. If he continued to fight, he might really die here. He did not continue to fight, and quickly fled into the depths of the forest. Suhi's whereabouts were unknown. Li Mu naturally would not let this tree demon go. He stuck a spirit travel talisman on himself and chased into the depths of the forest. The injured tree demon was frantically fleeing. Compared to the prince consort's safety, he cared more about his own life. Chapter 286. Taking advantage of the moment when the tree demon was immobilized by the body-securing talisman, Li Mu stretched out his hand. A chain appeared in his hand, and he tied it to the tree. After the tree in front of him was bound by the chain, it gradually transformed into a skinny old man with a chain around his neck. This was a torture tool specially made by the imperial court. It was used to capture demons and spirits, and it was always successful. The cultivation of the demons and spirits that were locked up would also be sealed. This 5th realm tree demon was now just an ordinary old man. Fortunately, he was heavily injured and probably had not even recovered 30% of his strength. Otherwise, even though Li Mu was not afraid of him in a head-on battle, it was almost impossible to capture him alive. Li Mu took away the body-securing talisman, and the old man gradually regained his consciousness. Feeling the cold chain around his neck and the sealed mana in his body, his expression changed drastically. He wanted to escape but was gently pulled back by Li Mu. Li Mu looked at the old man and asked the question he was most concerned about. Where did Suhi go? The old man glanced at Li Mu but did not speak. Li Mu took out a fulu and waved it in front of the old man. He asked, "Do you know what this is?" The old man looked at the purple heaven thunder talisman in his hand and could not help but swallow his saliva. Li Mu asked, "Guess how many bolts of lightning can you withstand now?" The old man lowered his head and his face was extremely pale. Li Mu kept the purple heaven thunder talisman and took out a few more. He said, "Other than the purple heaven thunder talisman, I have a few more good things here. This is a sword talisman. It will destroy your demon body with one strike and your demon soul with the second strike. This sword is a heaven-grade divine weapon. It will not be a waste for you to die under this sword. The old man trembled and hurriedly said. They escaped. The female ghost and the female corpse escaped. Li Mu was able to sense the emotions of this tree demon, so the possibility of him lying was not high. This made Li Mu feel a little relieved. If something really happened to Su He in the hands of this old demon, then even if he chopped him into pieces and burned him as firewood, it would still not be enough to appease the hatred in his heart. Li Mu's face was calm as he looked at the old man and said, Speak, what happened at the Bay of Clear Water? If there is even half a lie, don't blame me for chopping you into pieces and burning you for firewood. The tree demon's life was in the hands of others, so he didn't dare to hide anything. He recounted everything that had happened in the Bay of Clearwater. He had been ordered by Cui Ming to come to North County to look for Madame Chu and Su He. He had searched the entire Yangqiu County with his ghost-seeking technique, but he couldn't find Madame Chu. Instead, he found Su He, who had just come out of seclusion. One demon and one ghost, a great battle broke out at that time. He had been in the 5th level for a long time, and Su He's cultivation was not as profound as his. However, their battle later on shattered the cliff, causing the Bay of Clear Water to stop flowing, releasing the female corpse from the bottom of the water. At first, the female corpse attacked Su He, but soon, the two came to an agreement and began to attack the tree demon. The tree demon was fighting 1 against 2, so he wasn't strong enough. He used a secret technique to heavily injure them, forcing Su He and the female corpse to retreat. However, he was also heavily injured and could only recuperate in the Bay of Clear Water. Until he met Li Mu. Li Mu looked at him coldly and asked, Did Cui Ming send you? The old man lowered his head, neither admitting nor denying. Li Mu fixed him in place again and sent him into the flask space. The flask space was a small space created by experts above the level of transcendence. It was attached to the real world and could be used to store things and hide people. In ancient times, some almighty experts would even create a spacious space for themselves to live in. Li Mu's ring had a very small space, equivalent to a small house, but it was enough to store the tree demon. The most important thing now was to find Su He. Although the tree demon was here and Su He was no longer needed to provide a witness, she was injured by the tree demon and the female corpse was spying on her. Li Mu was still worried about her safety. However, the north region was so big and there were no clues. Where should he go to find her? After thinking for a while, he decided to go to the county office and ask. If there was no news from the county office, then he would go to the county office. With a heavy heart, Li Mu walked out of the Bay of Clear Water. At a certain moment, he sensed something and looked to the side. In the next moment, he flew into a dense forest on the left. Save me. In the forest, a girl was carrying a bamboo basket with some freshly picked mushrooms. At this moment, the girl was being forced into a corner by several gray wolves. Her face was filled with panic. A gray wolf grinned, revealing its white teeth, and pounced at the girl. The bamboo basket in the girl's hand fell. She curled up into a ball and closed her eyes in despair. However, after waiting for a long time, nothing terrible happened to her. She carefully opened her eyes and saw a figure standing in front of her. The gray wolves were lying motionless on the ground. They were clearly dead. Seeing this scene, the girl was stunned for a moment. She quickly got up from the ground and said, "Thank you for saving my life, young master." It was just a few wild wolves. Li Mu could kill them with a wave of his hand. He bent down and helped the girl pick up the mushrooms on the ground. "I can smell your scent from far away." The girl's expression changed. She asked in embarrassment and anger, "What scent do I have?" Li Mu said, "Fragrance." The girl's fragrance was one that Li Mu had never smelled before. It was not the fragrance of flowers or herbs. It was a unique body fragrance. When he was in the divine capital, Li Mu smelled this body fragrance every night when he fell asleep. How could he not know that she was from the heavenly fox clan like Xiaobai? Even though there was a huge difference in the fragrance coming from the two of them, Li Mu was certain that there was no mistaking it. The girl's expression softened. She looked around and said, I don't believe that you can guess that there's something wrong with me just by the fragrance. Li Mu pointed at the colorful mushrooms in her bamboo basket and said, if you want to pretend to be a little girl picking mushrooms, please be more professional. Who would go to the mountains to pick poisonous mushrooms? The two short swords in her hands were obviously not ordinary weapons. They were able to clash head-on with the Qingxian sword without any damage. Not only that, but her close combat ability was also very outstanding. Her movements were nimble and extremely fast. If it wasn't for the battle character art, Li Mu would definitely not be her match in close combat. Li Mu was shocked, but the fox demon was even more shocked. Although her attacks were swift and fierce, Li Mu's defense was equally shocking. No matter which direction she attacked from, he could easily block it. It gave her a feeling that he was airtight and flawless. Not only that, he was only a transcendent realm cultivator, but the dermic power in his body seemed to be inexhaustible. After activating a heaven-class dermic artifact for such a long time, his dermic power did not seem to be depleted at all. It was very strange. Although Li Mu would not be at a disadvantage in close combat with the fox demon, it would be difficult for him to gain the upper hand. Therefore, he took the initiative to retreat and threw out a few fulu. The purple Heaven Thunder Talisman and Sword Talisman came out together. The fox demon made a hand seal and a dermic power shield appeared around her body. Neither the purple Heaven Thunder Talisman nor the Sword Talisman could break through her defense. Li Mu used the Thousand Sword Shadows again, but she still managed to block it. Although he had entered the Transcendent Realm, Li Mu's dermic power was still not comparable to a fifth realm cultivator. Even if he used all his strength, he could only fight to a draw with a fifth realm cultivator. For a fourth realm cultivator, this was already an unbelievable battle power. But no matter what, he still could not defeat the fox demon in front of him. Li Mu, on the other hand, had a winning move. He still had a heaven-grade talisman that could summon a golden armored soldier that could easily suppress this demon. However, that talisman could only be used once. Using it on her was tantamount to using a cannon to kill a mosquito, or using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. He had wasted a life-saving trump card in vain. The fox demon stood in the distance and looked at Li Mu as if she was looking at a treasure. She said, I admit that I have underestimated you. If you join the Meizong sect, I will tell you who wants to kill you. Li Mu ignored her. His mind moved again, and the Qingxian sword flew out from his hand. It turned into a ray of light and shot towards the fox demon. The fox demon threw out two short swords and fought with the Qingxian sword in the air. She smiled at Li Mu and said, It's no use. You are no match for me. Whoosh, just as she finished speaking, a ray of golden light shot out from Li Mu's hand and flew in front of her in an instant. The golden light turned into a golden rope, and before the fox demon had time to react, it tied her up tightly. However, the pain on her body was not worth mentioning compared to the humiliation in her heart. She stared fixedly at Li Mu. Her originally clear and bright eyes seemed to be filled with flames of fury. There's no use looking at me like that. Li Mu said, Tell me who ordered you. As long as you are obedient, you will suffer less physical pain. The woman took a deep breath. The anger in her eyes was gradually extinguished. She said calmly, My name is Phantom Princess. Remember my name. I will return today's humiliation 100-fold. With that, she grabbed a piece of jade hanging from her waist and crushed it. In the next moment, her figure disappeared before Li Mu's eyes. The immortal binding lock lost its target and shrunk rapidly. Finally, it shrunk into a ball and fell to the ground. A spatial Dharma treasure. Li Mu was shocked to see the fox demon escape before his eyes. He did not expect the fox demon to have such a Dharma treasure. Just like the flask Dharma treasure, this spatial Dharma treasure had the ability to teleport. It could only be made by a 7th realm cultivator. It could teleport someone thousands of miles away. Li Mu searched the surroundings for a long time, but could not find the fox demon's aura. In the end, he could only walk back. He picked up the 2 short swords that she did not have time to retrieve, and put them into his ring. Then he flew in the direction of the county. Chapter 288. Zhejiang County. 100,000 Mountains. In a hidden palace in the mountain, after a spatial ripple, Phantom Princess's figure appeared out of thin air. A few figures sitting cross-legged in the palace slowly opened their eyes. A stooped old man asked, "Who actually forced you to use a teleportation talisman?" Lord Heavenly Lord also refined one of this talisman. "Could it be that you encountered a 6th realm cultivator? A despicable human cultivator?" Phantom Princess's beautiful face was filled with anger. "How dare he do this to me? The next time I meet him, I'll make him wish he was dead." She did not say that the person who had forced her to use her life-saving trump card was just a minor cultivator in the transcendent realm. She had lost to a realm 4 cultivator, and even lost her weapon. This was an extremely embarrassing matter. Even now, she still didn't understand how a 4th realm cultivator with magical powers could have so many strange magical powers, magical weapons that were impossible to defend against, and high-level talismans that he didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache when he threw them away. She walked out of the palace and the people outside bowed. "Greetings, Lord Phantom Princess." Phantom Princess's face darkened. "Tell Cui Ming that the mission failed. Tell him to pray for himself." North County. When Li Mu walked into Yangqiu County, he still could not figure out who had asked the Devil's Doctrine to hunt him down from afar. Cui Ming and Zhou Ting were the most likely culprits. After all, he killed Zhou Ting's son and caused Cui Ming to lose his position. He also caused him to be searched. The purpose of returning to North County was to send him on his way as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the fox demon got away. If it wasn't her chest that was tied up but her hand, this wouldn't have happened. It was this indecent talisman that was to blame. But then again, that fox demon's teleportation talisman was really heaven-defying. As long as he crushed it when he was in danger, he could immediately escape. It was more effective than any offensive or defensive talisman. When he returned to the fairy's capital this time, he had to ask His Majesty indirectly if he could get one for himself. What made him helpless was that he already had a lot of enemies. Now there was another level 5 fox demon. The heavenly fox race was very stubborn about revenge. For a gentleman, 10 years wasn't too late. For a fox, 100 years wasn't too long. Not only were they vengeful, but they were also very patient. In order to take revenge, they could suffer hardships that ordinary people could not. They could endure pain that ordinary people could not endure. Often, fox demons would go undercover by their enemy's side in order to take revenge. They would follow them for decades just to find an opportunity to take revenge. One could only be a thief for 1,000 days, but not a thief for 1,000 days. If he had the chance to see her again, he was afraid that he would ruthlessly destroy her and eliminate her completely. After returning home, Lu Hanyan stood in the courtyard and asked, "Where did you go?" Lu Hanyan already knew of Su He's existence. Li Mu didn't hide it and said, "I went to find Miss Su. This time, I'm going back to the northern county to bring her back to the divine capital to testify, and let the imperial court punish Prince Cui Ming." Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, "So you didn't come to see me and Wan Wan?" Li Mu looked at Xiaobai and said, "Xiaobai, help me testify. Did we go to White Cloud Mountain to find them as soon as we arrived in the northern county?" Xiaobai ran over and nodded seriously. She said, "As soon as we came back, we went to find Sister Lu and Wan Wan." After she finished speaking, she seemed to have noticed something and sniffed. Then she glanced at Li Mu and silently lowered her head. Lu Hanyan explained, but Li Mu found that ever since he came back, Xiaobai had been acting very strange. She seemed a bit disappointed and would occasionally glance at him. When Li Mu noticed this, she quickly lowered her head. After dinner, Li Mu came to her room and asked, "What happened?" Xiaobai lowered her head and said, "Benefactor, you have another little vixen by your side. Don't you like me anymore?" Li Mu was stunned for a while before he understood what she meant. He didn't expect Xiaobai's perception to be so sharp. She even knew that Li Mu had come into contact with another vixen. Just now, besides fighting, Li Mu had helped her up when she fell. In order to test her, he had deliberately touched her fox feet. Li Mu didn't mention this matter. Lu Hanyan and Wanwan didn't know, but Xiaobai sensed it. He smiled and explained, "There's no other vixen. When I came back, I fought with a vixen who wanted to kill me. It wasn't easy to catch her, but she ran away." He patted Xiaobai's head and said, "Don't worry, I can only have you by my side." After hearing this, Xiaobai's face lit up with joy again. Then she was a little worried and asked, "Is that vixen powerful? Are you hurt?" Li Mu nodded and said, "She's very powerful. She's a five-tailed vixen. She should also be a descendant of the celestial fox. I don't know if she will come to me for revenge in the future." Xiaobai said firmly, "I will work hard to cultivate and become powerful as soon as possible. If she comes to you for revenge, I will protect you." Li Mu reached out and pinched her face, saying, "Stay at home and don't think too much. I still have something to do and have to go out. By the way, don't tell Sister Lu about this. Don't make her worry." Xiaobai said obediently, "Go ahead, benefactor. I will keep the secret." After comforting Xiaobai, Li Mu left home and went to the county government. In the Yangqiu county government, Constable Zhou saw Li Mu and said in surprise, "Li Mu, why are you back?" "I heard from Zhang Shan that you went to Chengdu." Li Mu smiled and said, "I have some business to attend to, so I need to go back to the North County." Constable Zhou sighed and said, "Although the salary in Chengdu is high, it's not easy to survive. How are you doing there?" "Not bad." Li Mu exchanged a few words with him and asked, "You haven't been back for 2 months. How did the Gulf of Clearwater become like that? Does Constable Zhou know what happened?" Constable Zhou said, "I don't know the details. It's said that 2 masters fought at the Gulf of Clearwater and affected the water in Yangqiu County." Li Mu asked, "Does the county government know where the master of the fight went?" Constable Zhou shook his head and said, "I don't know." Li Mu regretted it. He missed his wife so much that after returning to the North County, he went straight to Baiyun Mountain and didn't find Suhi first. Although the battle between her and the tree demon had already happened at that time, it hadn't been that long. Perhaps he could still follow some traces and find her. However, it had been quite a few days since the battle, and there were no traces of her at all. There was no way to find her. Since he didn't get any useful information from the county government, Li Mu used a high-level teleport talisman and went to the county government as fast as he could. In the past, it took him more than half a day to go from Yangqiu County to the county government. Now that his cultivation had increased, it took him less than an hour with the help of the high-level teleport talisman. After Commandery Officer Shun's cultivation increased, he left the North County. Li Mu wasn't familiar with the new Commandery Officer, so he went to find Constable Zhao directly. 2 days ago, Li Mu had just treated them to a meal in the county capital. Constable Zhao saw him and said with a smile, "We'll be going to the county government soon. Do you want to drink tonight?" "Not today," Li Mu shook his head and said, "I came to find you this time because there's an important matter." Hearing Li Mu's words, Constable Zhao's expression became more serious and he said, "What is it? Tell me." Li Mu said, "There was a battle between 2 masters in Yangqiu County, and it affected the water." Constable Zhao, "Do you know?" Constable Zhao nodded and said, "I know. I personally handled this matter. From the traces at the scene, it was at least a battle between 2 fifth realm cultivators. Moreover, it was very likely that they were a ghost and a demon. Fortunately, the place where they fought was desolate and uninhabited. No one was injured." Li Mu asked, "Does the county government know where the ghost cultivator went?" Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "I don't know about that." Li Mu looked disappointed. At this moment, Constable Zhao continued, "However, a strange thing happened in Yu County these 2 days. Could it be related to this?" Li Mu immediately asked, "What strange thing?" Constable Zhao said, 2 days ago, a thick fog rose from the mountainside of a mountain in Yu County. When the people entered the fog, they couldn't see their fingers in front of them. No matter how they walked, they would eventually come out of the fog. The initial suspicion was that a ghost was causing trouble, but the ghost didn't hurt anyone. The local government investigated, and the county government's cultivators couldn't enter the fog. You county just reported it, and the county government hasn't had time to deal with it yet. Limu couldn't let go of anything that could be related to Suhi. He thought for a moment and said, "Which mountain in Yu County? I'll go take a look." Chapter 289. North Region. Yu County. A nameless mountain. This mountain had no name since ancient times. The people in the villages at the foot of the mountain made a living by gathering firewood and hunting. 3 days ago, in one night, a thick fog suddenly appeared on the mountainside. The fog was a vast expanse of white. After walking into the fog, it was difficult to see anything. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hand. Not too long after the commoners walked into the fog, they would walk out of it again. It was as if they were walking around in circles. The cultivators from the county yamen who entered the fog also met the same fate as the commoners. Clearly, there was a formation set up in the fog that prevented outsiders from entering. Typically speaking, such a situation would only occur when the mountain was occupied by an expert. It was fortunate that the expert in the fog only occupied the mountain and didn't harm the commoners. The officials of Yu County didn't dare to disturb the person in the fog, so they could only report the situation to the county yamen and wait for the county yamen to deal with it. This mountain concerned the livelihood of the commoners at the foot of the mountain. The several hundred commoners at the foot of the mountain were also concerned about the situation in the fog. For the past 3 days, the fog had remained calm. However, an hour ago, it suddenly began to fluctuate intensely. It was unknown what terrifying thing had happened inside, but it left the commoners feeling uneasy. Halfway up the mountain within the fog, more than 10 black silhouettes were using all kinds of demonic arts and artifacts to attack a formation. There were 2 women in the formation. Even though they were dressed differently, their appearances and figures were identical, as if they were twin sisters. No matter how one looked at them, one wouldn't be able to tell the difference between them. The only difference between the 2 was their temperament. One of them had a pale face, but there was gentleness in her eyes. On the other hand, the other had a frosty expression on her face, and there wasn't the slightest hint of life in her. The gentle-looking woman seemed to be severely injured. Her body seemed to be in a state between illusory and corporeal, as if she would dissipate at any moment. The other white-robed woman had a frosty expression on her face, and her aura was weak as well. It was clear that she was severely injured. The dozen or so black figures were clearly ghosts, and they were using all kinds of methods to attack the formation. Under their attacks, the formation was on the verge of collapse, and it was not far from being broken. I didn't think that we would have such a harvest this time around. Even though we didn't manage to find out the cause of Prince Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's death, we managed to find a severely injured spirit. This isn't a loss at all. If we can absorb her soul energy, we'll be able to take a step closer to the Spectre realm. There's also a flying stiff. If we capture it and sell it to the corpse sect, we'll definitely be able to exchange it for a lot of good stuff. When the time comes, we'll split it equally. The dozen or so ghosts communicated with each other, and the speed of their attacks increased. This formation, which was not very powerful, would soon be unable to hold on. Within the formation, Suhi's presence was already extremely weak. She looked at her other self and said, "My soul is about to disperse. Before it completely disperses, devour me. Only then will you have a chance to escape from them. I'll leave the matter of avenging us to you." The female corpse glanced at her. There was no expression on her cold face. She looked at the dozen or so black shadows outside the formation. 2 white fangs protruded from the corners of her mouth, and her fingernails grew an inch longer. Boom! A shockwave spread out in all directions, and the formation finally shattered under the all-out attack of the dozen or so ghosts. The dozen or so ghosts had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. As soon as the formation was broken, they immediately charged forward. The female corpse moved swiftly, leaving behind afterimages wherever she went. Her fingernails gleamed with a cold glint as they tore through the air. She stood guard by Suhi's side, preventing the dozen or so ghosts from getting close to her. Upon seeing this, the leader of the group immediately said, "Capture the female corpse first." The other ghosts gave up on approaching Suhi and began to work together to attack her. The body of the flying corpse was as tough as a steel wall. The ghost weapons in their hands were unable to deal much damage to her body. However, if they were scratched by the female corpse's fingernails, their souls would be damaged. The dozen or so ghosts cooperated well, and quickly turned their attacks into entrapments. The ghost weapons in their hands turned into ghost chains surrounded by black gas. These ghost chains seemed to have a life of their own as they wandered in the air, and quickly bound the female corpse's hands and feet. Even though she was extremely strong, she could not fight against 10 ghosts alone, and was immediately restrained. The leader of the ghosts used all his strength to restrain the female corpse and said to another ghost beside him, "Go and kill that ghost first. She's heavily injured and can't fight back. Extract her soul energy and then deal with this flying corpse." The fourth realm vile spirit obeyed the order, and walked to Suhi's side with an excited look on his face. This was a fifth realm vile spirit. Even the 10 kings of hell under the Lord of Hell were merely vile spirits. When they saw such a powerful being, they would usually prostrate themselves in worship. How would they dare to attack them, let alone kill one with their own hands? He let out a sinister laugh and raised the ghost fork in his hand, stabbing it viciously at Suhi. Boom! A purple thunderbolt exploded above his head. Wherever the thunderbolt passed, the white fog disappeared. When the thunderbolt landed on his head, he could not resist at all. His body dissipated and turned into pure soul energy. When the other ghosts saw this, they were horrified. However, before they could recover from their shock, purple thunderbolts also appeared above their heads. Most of these ghosts were third realm vile spirits. Only a few fourth realm vile spirits could resist the purple heavenly thunder, which could only be used by a fifth realm powerful being. They were directly wiped out without even having the slightest thought of resisting. Only the leader of the ghosts had something flickering in his body, and withstood the thunderbolt. However, his aura was slightly weakened. When the lightning snakes danced wildly in the fog, he was already scared out of his wits. The purple heavenly thunder was a unique technique of the Tao Sect's creation realm powerful beings. They were as powerful as their masters, the 10 kings of hell. He gave up on the female corpse and wanted to escape without hesitation. However, the moment he turned around, a green sword shadow pierced through his chest. His body froze on the spot and dissipated into black fog. The fog tumbled, and a figure walked out from the tumbling fog. The Qingxian sword flew back into his hand. After these ghosts were killed, the female corpse regained her mobility. She looked in the direction of the figure, and raised her arms. Her body turned into an afterimage and reappeared midway. She remembered this person. She had seen him more than once when she was still trapped on the altar at the bottom of the water. Li Mu saw Suhi at first glance. Her body was extremely illusory, and seemed like it would dissipate at any moment. Li Mu did not care about the female corpse. He appeared beside Suhi in an instant and helped her up. Suhi looked at him, and a smile appeared on her face. She said, "You're here." Li Mu hugged her and said, "Don't speak first." He silently recited the Heart Sutra, and his body emitted a dazzling golden light. The female corpse reached out to block the light, and was forced to take a few steps back. This time, the golden light emitted from Li Mu's body did not merge into Suhi's body. Instead, it passed through her body. Li Mu's face darkened completely. He had encountered such a situation once before. A few months ago, he could only watch Xiaobai's grandmother die in her arms. Suhi and Xiaobai's grandmother were in the same situation. Their souls had suffered irreversible damage. Suhi looked at Li Mu and said regretfully, "I wanted to wait for you to come back and eat hot pot with you." Li Mu said, "There will be plenty of opportunities to eat hot pot in the future. Saving you is more important. I can't be saved." Suhi smiled at Li Mu and said, "Don't be sad. I should have died 20 years ago. It wasn't a loss." Li Mu glanced at her and said, "Don't speak. I'll save you first." With a thought, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. It was the origin pill that the Empress had bestowed upon him. As long as her soul had not completely dissipated, this origin pill could save her. Li Mu wanted her to take the pill, but he discovered that her soul power was rapidly draining away. Looking down, Suhi had already closed her eyes. He knew that things were not good. In this situation, she could not dissolve the medicinal power at all. The origin pill was a rare treasure. In order to avoid wasting it by mistake, it needed to be refined with magic power. With just a trace of magic power, the medicinal power could be stimulated. However, Suhi could no longer use any magic power. Li Mu did not have time to think. He made a prompt decision and placed the origin pill into his mouth. Then he bent down and kissed Suhi's lips. Li Mu used a trace of magic power to dissolve the pill, and then transferred all of its medicinal power into Suhi's body. Time seemed to stop for a moment. Suhi's body emitted a strange aura. The soul power that she had just lost began to rapidly return to her body. Not only that, but the remaining soul power of the ghosts that Li Mu had killed was also absorbed into her body. Suhi still did not wake up. This was because her injuries were too severe. Her soul had almost dissipated. The medicinal power of the origin pill would slowly restore her soul. This required a process. In Li Mu's arms, Suhi's soul had already solidified. The origin pill truly lived up to its name. He let out a long sigh and looked up at the sky. He sincerely said, "Praise Her Majesty." If the Empress had not given him the origin pill, he would have lost Suhi today. He would have watched her die in his arms. This would be the regret of his life. After returning to the divine capital, he decided to treat the Empress better. Otherwise he would feel guilty. Sensing another aura beside him, Li Mu remembered that the female corpse was still here. He looked over. The female corpse that looked exactly like Suhi was also looking at Li Mu. Her face was calm and expressionless. After glancing at Suhi, she did not say a word and disappeared into the thick fog. Li Mu did not stop her. He had some doubts about the relationship between the female corpse and Suhi. Logically speaking, the two of them were natural enemies. One had a soul, while the other had a body. They would definitely want to devour each other to complete themselves. However, it was clear that if it had not been for the female corpse's protection, Suhi would have died in the hands of those ghosts. Could it be that the corpse's self-born intelligence also knew the principle of born from the same root? There is no need to kill each other so quickly? Perhaps she thought that they were of the same root, and did not want to kill each other. No matter the reason, she protected Suhi and changed Li Mu's attitude towards her. If not for this, Li Mu would have eliminated her completely and erased her intelligence, so that she would not threaten Suhi in the future. Li Mu looked in the direction that the female corpse disappeared and said, "I will let you go today. I hope that you will cultivate the right path in the future and not harm the world. Otherwise, I will kill you personally." Low-level zombies relied on their instincts to cultivate by sucking people's blood. Flying zombies already had intelligence and could absorb moonlight, yin qi, spiritual qi, and other forces to cultivate. They did not need to suck human blood. She was born from spiritual qi, and did not have the filthy corpse qi on her. She was different from the zombies that were born from filthy qi. Using human blood to cultivate was not good for her. She knew this better than Li Mu. After the female corpse left, she used the skill of calling the wind to disperse the white fog on the mountain. Then she carried Suhi, hit herself, and left with the wind. At the foot of the mountain, the people looked up and saw that the fog that had lingered for several days had dispersed. They could not help but shout in joy. "The fog is gone. The ghost fog is finally gone. We can finally go up the mountain to chop wood and hunt. Let's not rush. Let's report to the government office first and see what they say." In the crowd, a young child in a woman's arms looked up at the sky and said, "Mother, I saw someone flying in the sky." The woman raised her head and looked up. There was nothing in the sky. She looked at the child in her arms and worriedly looked at her husband beside her. She said, "My child's father, when the furs are sold, you should take Xiaobao to see a doctor." Li Mu carried Suhi. He did not go straight home. Instead, he went to find the green bull demon. The White Demon King's ice coffin had the effect of nourishing the primordial spirit. Li Mu took it from the Green Bull Demon and placed Su He's body inside. This could help her wake up sooner. Li Mu placed the ice coffin in the flask space. As for the Tree Demon, Li Mu tied it up with the immortal binding chains and threw it aside. After doing all this, he said to the Green Bull Demon, "If Brother White comes back, I'll have to trouble you to tell him that I'll be borrowing this ice coffin for a while. I'll return it to him when I'm done." The Green Bull Demon waved his hand and said, "You saved sister-in-law. This ice coffin is of no use to brother. You can take it." The White Demon King was really rich. He gave away 2 flask space rings. This ice coffin was also a rare treasure. It was said that the dragon race was the richest race in the world. This was probably not an exaggeration. Marrying a dragon was equivalent to marrying a treasure. However, Li Mu did not envy him. "They have no reason to kill us." The jailer outside sneered and said, "What reason does the county magistrate need to kill you 2 little ghosts? The county magistrate has just arrived and hasn't made any achievements. Killing you 2 evil ghosts is just the right thing to do." The small ghost defended herself. "We didn't harm anyone." The jailer curled his lips. "Who cares?" The small ghost panicked. It's over. We're really going to die again. Sister Su, come and save us." The big ghost looked worried. "I don't know how Sister Su is. That tree demon is too powerful. I hope she'll be fine." The county government prison's door was opened. Constable Zhou and Li Mu came out. Li Mu saw the 2 female ghosts, one big and one small, locked up in the prison. He shook his head and helplessly said to Constable Zhou, "I know them. Although they are ghosts, they have never done anything harmful. Can you let them go?" "This." Constable Zhou looked embarrassed. Finally he nodded and said, "I'll ask the county magistrate." Li Mu smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble Constable Zhou." Constable Zhou nodded and turned to leave. Li Mu walked toward the 2 female ghosts. When they saw Li Mu, they were stunned for a moment. Then they looked surprised. The small ghost grabbed the prison's bars and said excitedly, "Young master, are you here to save us?" The big ghost said worriedly, "Young master, Sister Su is in danger. There's a tree demon." Li Mu smiled and said, "Don't worry. I've already seen her. She'll be fine." In the prison, the 2 female ghosts were finally relieved. In the county government's courtyard, Constable Zhou was in a dilemma. After Magistrate Zhang left, the new county magistrate of Yangqiu arrived a few days ago. This magistrate came from Luoyang. When he came to the county government, he brought a few confidants with him. As an old arrestor, he was left out. Recently, there was a tendency for him to be replaced. He really couldn't say anything in front of this county magistrate. However, Li Mu was his friend, so he couldn't refuse Li Mu. He hesitated for a while, but still walked to the back of the court. He knocked on the door of the back hall and stood outside. He said, "Sir, I have something important to report." After a long time, a faint voice came from the hall. "Come in." Constable Zhou walked in. An official sitting on a chair asked, "What's the important thing?" Constable Zhou immediately said, "Sir, the 2 female ghosts caught by the county government today didn't harm anyone. Is it better to let them go?" The official looked up at him and asked, "Constable Zhou, are you instructing me?" Constable Zhou immediately said, "I don't dare." The official snorted coldly and said, "Those 2 female ghosts didn't harm anyone today. Can you guarantee that they didn't harm anyone in the past and won't harm anyone in the future?" As the county magistrate of Yangqiu, for the safety of the people, I have to guard against any possible dangers. As a constable, you actually pleaded for mercy on behalf of 2 evil ghosts. I feel that you should be replaced as a constable. Constable Zhou braced himself and said, "Sir, I used to have a colleague. His name is Li Mu. A few months ago, he also worked in the county government. He has an old relationship with those 2 female ghosts. I can guarantee that they didn't harm anyone in the past." The county magistrate of Yangqiu's face gradually turned cold. He didn't care whether those 2 female ghosts harmed anyone or not. He had just arrived at Yangqiu County. If he didn't kill a few demonic ghosts as a sacrifice to the heavens, how could he establish his authority as an official? He had long disliked this Zhou guy. He wanted to arrange his confidant in that position, but he didn't have a suitable opportunity. This time, he had an excuse to replace him. He snorted and said, "So what if he's an arrestor of the county government?" If the arrestor of the county government says he can, he can. As he spoke, he suddenly realized something and asked, "What's the arrestor's name?" Constable Zhou said Li Mu. The county magistrate of Yangqiu County gulped and asked, "Where is he working now?" Constable Zhou said, "In Fairy's capital. I think he's an arrestor of some government office." After confirming that this Li Mu was the Li Mu he knew, the county magistrate of Yangqiu County trembled and said in a panic, "Quick, take me to see him." The county government prison. The county magistrate of Yangqiu County saw a familiar figure. He quickly walked over and said with a smile, "Sir Li, what brings you here? If you had told me before you came, I would have gone out to welcome you personally." Constable Zhou followed behind him. He looked at this scene in a daze and couldn't come back to his senses. Li Mu looked at the stranger in front of him and asked, "Do we know each other?" The county magistrate of Yangqiu County hurriedly said, "You don't know me, but I know you. I used to be in charge of the Ministry of Justice. I just came to Yangqiu County a few days ago. I met Sir Li at the Ministry of Justice a few days ago." Li Mu had been to the Ministry of Justice a few days ago, but he didn't remember that there was such a person in charge there. After Yangqiu County magistrate finished speaking, he pointed at the door of the prison cell and said angrily, "Hurry up and release these two girls. How can the constables of the county yamen do things? How can they catch ghosts without distinguishing between right and wrong? What have I taught you all? No matter if it's to catch people, ghosts, or demons, you must have evidence. Each and every one of you has turned a deaf ear to my words," he reprimanded angrily, but when he looked at Li Mu, a smile appeared on his face. He said guiltily, "Sir Li, it's all my fault for not being strict enough and arresting your friends. Please, Sir Li, don't blame me." After that, the Zhou family didn't even fart. If such a person held a grudge against him, he didn't even dare to think about the possibility. After a while, Yangqiu County Magistrate Yang Qiu took a deep breath and patted Constable Zhou's shoulder, saying, "Do a good job. I have faith in you." After walking out of the county government, Li Mu turned to look at the two female ghosts and said, "Sister Su is still in a deep sleep. It should take some time for her to wake up. You too. Do you want to find a cave to cultivate or follow me and wait for her to wake up?" The two girls said almost at the same time without hesitation, "Follow you." They had already experienced the fate of two lonely souls drifting about in the outside world. They were either devoured and enslaved by stronger ghosts or captured by the government. The days in Clearwater Bay were the most comfortable and peaceful days in their two lives. Following Sister Sue, not only did they not have to worry about being bullied, but they could also receive guidance in cultivation. This was something that the two lonely ghosts could not even dream of. The two female ghosts made a decision. Li Mu threw them a few pieces of spiritual jade and let them cultivate in the flask heaven space. They also took care of the tree demon. Only then did he return home. Tonight was the last night he would spend with Lu Hanyan. In the next 2 months, he had to prepare for the imperial examination. The imperial examination policy was originally set by him, so he knew better than anyone how to take the examination. After the imperial examination, he would be busy for some time. In this way, the next time he returned to Beijing would be at least 3 or even 4 months later. This meant that he could accompany them for a period of time like this. If it was just meeting and dual cultivating for a night, he could come back at any time as long as he asked for leave from the Empress. However, Lu Hanyan also had to go into seclusion for a period of time when she returned to Mount Baiyun this time. She had to master some of the divine powers and spells that she had just learned. The possibility of the two of them meeting often was not high. The next morning, after sending her and Wanwan back to the mountain, Li Mu and Xiaobai did not delay. They used high-level divine travel talismans to rush back to the fairy's capital at the fastest speed. They did not rest along the way and finally made it back in the early morning of the third day. Ziwei Palace. The morning assembly had just begun. After Li Mu was summoned into the palace, he cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, I was ordered by Your Majesty to go to Beijing to investigate the incident 20 years ago. When Princess Yunyang's son-in-law, Cui Ming, killed a woman from Yangqiu County, he was ambushed by a fifth realm demon. I used the Dharma treasure Your Majesty gave me to capture this demon, and found out that it was sent by Cui Ming to find that woman's soul to silence her." As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, all the officials were shocked. The previous incident had already caused Cui Ming to lose his position. Unexpectedly, Li Mu did not plan to let him go. It was obvious that his goal was to kill Cui Ming. In order to protect himself, Princess Consort Cui did not hesitate to send a demon to assassinate Li Mu. However, he did not expect that Li Mu had a treasure from His Majesty. Not only did he fail to assassinate him, but he was also captured by Li Mu and betrayed him. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel stood up and said, "Your Majesty, this is only Censor Li's side of the story. The truth has yet to be verified." Li Mu's mind moved, and the trussed-up tree demon appeared in the palace. He said calmly, "I brought this demon here. Your Majesty, you will know if I am slandering Cui Ming by searching its soul. As long as it was not treason or rebellion, one could not search the soul of an official in the imperial court. However, for non-officials of the Great Zhou, especially demons and ghosts, there was no such restriction. If one wanted to find out the truth, searching the soul was the simplest and most convenient method." The minister stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to search the soul of this demon." Shang Guanli looked back and said, "I will have to trouble you, minister." Although Cui Ming was from the old party and the minister was from the new party, the minister was from the Zhou family. Li Mu and the Zhou family had a death feud. Now, Cui Ming was no longer of any use in the imperial court. The minister did not need to help Li Mu lie to get rid of him, and he would not help Li Mu. It was most suitable for him to step forward. Shang Shuling stepped forward and placed his hand on the tree demon's forehead. He closed his eyes and said slowly, "This demon is indeed Cui Ming's subordinate. It was ordered by Cui Ming to go to Yangqiu County to silence him." Hearing this, the officials had an idea. Princess Consort Cui had already used the golden medallion to avoid death once. If this case was confirmed, it would be enough to make him lose his life. Li Mu really wanted to kill Cui Ming. While the officials were discussing in low voices, the minister's eyes suddenly opened. His face darkened and he said sternly, "Cui Ming is really bold. How dare he collude with the demon sect?" The moment he said this, the entire hall fell silent for a moment. Then there was a huge uproar. What? Princess Consort Cui colluded with the demon sect? How is that possible? Wasn't the Zhejiang County chief the one who colluded with the demon sect? Princess Consort Cui was the one who exposed it. Could there be another story behind the Zhejiang County chief's case? Could it be that the one who colluded with the demon sect was Cui Ming? He first colluded with the demon sect, and then joined forces with the demon sect to frame the Zhejiang County chief? The minister's words were like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing huge waves. Li Mu had a look of realization. If the one who colluded with the demon sect was Cui Ming, then Phantom Princess must have been sent by Cui Ming. If Cui Ming had colluded with the demon sect, he could have worked with the demon sect more than 10 years ago to frame the Zhejiang County chief for a promotion. Why would the demon sect help Cui Ming? Perhaps Cui Ming didn't collude with the demon sect. He was originally a member of the demon sect. Li Mu thought of Phantom Princess. She and Cui Ming had something in common. Both of them were unusually beautiful. Phantom Princess was from the Meizong sect. Could Cui Ming also be a spy from the Meizong sect in the imperial court? If Li Mu could think of this, so could everyone else in the imperial court. The minister had finished searching the soul of the tree demon. He said with a murderous tone, "Your Majesty, from this demon's memory, I found out that Cui Ming is a member of the demon sect. He is also a spy from the Meizong sect. More than 10 years ago, The case of the Zhejiang County chief colluding with the demon sect was also framed by Cui Ming and the demon sect. Preposterous. How dare he? A spy from the demon sect. He actually has a high position in the imperial court and has been hiding by our side for so many years. At this moment, an old man stood out and said, "Your Majesty, this is a serious matter. Can you let me search the demon's soul again to confirm it?" Shangguanli heard the Empress's telepathic message and nodded. "I'll have to trouble you, Minister." All the officials looked at the old man. The minister was very experienced. He was an old official from the previous emperor's era. He was neither a friend nor a foe, and was deeply loved by the people. He was also a sixth realm powerhouse. Both the new and old parties respected him very much. The old man slowly walked forward and pressed his skinny right hand on the demon's head. After a while he slowly opened his eyes and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, the minister is right. Cui Ming is a guardian of the Meizong sect." The case of the Zhejiang County chief was framed by Cui Ming and the demon sect. Chapter 291. If what Zhou Jing said was true, there was still a slight possibility that the head of the Secretariat would use this opportunity to suppress the old faction of the royal family. Then the head of the Secretariat would completely eliminate this small possibility. The head of the Secretariat was the head of all the officials, and the head of the Secretariat was only second to the head of the Secretariat. Furthermore, he had no enmity with Cui Ming. How could the two of them deceive the Empress and the officials at the same time? The Assistant Minister of Personnel, who was speaking up for Cui Ming, immediately turned pale and sweated profusely. He knelt on the ground and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I swear to the heavens that I was also deceived by Cui Ming. I didn't know that he was colluding with the demon sect." At this moment, no one in the imperial court cared about the Assistant Minister of Personnel. The imperial court would investigate whether or not he knew, or whether or not he was a spy for the demon sect. Not only him, but anyone close to Cui Ming would be thoroughly investigated. The demon sect was notorious. They harmed the people and tried to overthrow the imperial court. No country would tolerate the demon sect. The governor of Zhejiang was a high-ranking official in the imperial court. However, because of the crime of colluding with the demon sect, his family of more than 100 people was killed. Even his soul didn't survive. Cui Ming's case involved the demon sect. It was a serious matter. Colluding with the demon sect was equivalent to treason. The Empress immediately ordered the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court to take control of the people in Princess Yunyang's residence. Anyone close to Cui Ming, whether they were officials in the imperial court or nobles in Luoyang, would be strictly interrogated without exception. After the imperial court was dismissed, the officials left with solemn expressions. After Li Mu walked out of the main hall, he didn't leave the palace. Instead, he went to Shangyang Palace. Before the imperial court was dismissed, he received a message from Shangguanli. The Empress wanted to see him. Li Mu returned to the North County with a mission. He needed to meet the Empress to report on his work. After arriving at Shangyang Palace, he told the Empress everything that had happened, including the assassination attempt by Phantom Princess, how they caught her and let her escape. The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court acted quickly. As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, the Minister of Justice and the Minister of the Supreme Court asked for an audience outside Shangyang Palace. After the Empress issued the summons, the Minister of Justice and the Minister of the Supreme Court walked into the main hall. The Minister of Justice had a solemn expression as he said, "Your Majesty, a day ago, Cui Ming and Princess Yunyang went to the Divine Dragon Court to play, and have yet to return." It wasn't difficult to calculate his location through the things he left behind. After returning home, Li Mu released the two female ghosts. Suhi was still asleep and he didn't know when she would wake up. He let them accompany Xiaobai at home and do chores like cleaning the house. Raising two obedient ghosts at home was much easier than hiring maids and servants. Li Mu didn't stay at home for long. He walked out of the door and headed to the Ministry of Justice. When he left the palace, he received a message from the Empress telling him to go to the Ministry of Justice and investigate the case of the Jiujiang County chief. It had been confirmed that Cui Ming was a spy from the demon sect. From the Tree Demon's memories, he also learned that the tragedy in Jiujiang County was framed by Cui Ming and the demon sect. The so-called investigation was just to urge the Ministry of Justice to reverse the verdict for the Jiujiang County chief. On the way to the Ministry of Justice, Li Mu's heart was heavy. Even if he reversed the verdict for the Jiujiang County chief, it would be useless. The Jiujiang County chief's entire family, and more than 100 lives had been lost more than a decade ago. Even if the imperial court cleared their names today, they wouldn't be able to see it. Princess Yunyang's son-in-law was a member of the demon sect. This time, the entire Shao clan and its old clique would probably be in a panic. Most of the people in the divine capital were shocked that Cui Ming was a spy from the demon sect and gossiped about the Shao royal family's scandal. However, very few people talked about the Jiujiang County chief and his family, who had died unjustly. Li Mu arrived at the Ministry of Justice and explained his intentions to the Ministry of Justice's director. The imperial court had already concluded that the Jiujiang County chief and his family had died unjustly. Li Mu was also acting under the empress's orders, so the Ministry of Justice naturally didn't dare to be negligent. They mobilized all the officials to search for the case files of the Jiujiang County chief from more than a decade ago. These files would be overturned and rewritten. The Jiujiang County chief's injustice would also be cleared. Although this had nothing to do with him anymore, because colluding with the demon sect was a crime that could implicate 9 generations of his family and descendants had also died in the incident more than a decade ago. The director of the Ministry of Justice destroyed the old fake files one by one inside. After more than a decade, the Jiujiang County chief has finally received justice. Zhou Zhong placed his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Justice that comes late isn't justice. From the day he died, he would never receive justice." After saying this, he didn't speak again. The director of the Ministry of Justice thought about his words. He felt that the atmosphere was particularly heavy when the assistant minister and Li Mu didn't say anything. He took the initiative to change the topic. "Sir, a deputy county chief from Tianhe County of Hanyang County died in his home under mysterious circumstances a few days ago. The way he died was similar to the way the county chief from Anyi County of Danyang County died. It seems like it was done by the same person. Although the two counties are thousands of miles apart, and the two cases seem to be unrelated. However, after investigating, I found that the county chief from Anyi County and the deputy county chief from Tianhe County were both officials in the Ministry of Personnel more than a decade ago." Zhou Zhong said calmly, "Send the files of this case to my office. I will send people to investigate. You don't have to worry about it." The director of the Ministry of Justice nodded. "I will go get it now." Li Mu stood in the Ministry of Justice and looked at the offices where the files were kept. He said, "I wonder how many more cases there are." Zhou Zhong said faintly, "Each of these scrolls represents a few souls of the deceased. Perhaps some of them were wronged, but not all of them are as lucky as the Jiujiang County chief. Their injustice will last for thousands of years until the end of the world." How could Li Mu not know what Zhou Zhong said? There were so many cases of injustice. Very few of them could be redressed. Most of them would be buried in the river of history until the end of the world. It was the same in ancient times. After a while, Li Mu left the Ministry of Justice, and Zhou Zhong walked back to the office. He glanced at one of the scrolls on the table. The scroll floated up, and a ball of fire suddenly appeared and engulfed the scroll. Soon, there was nothing left in the void. Not even ashes were left. Late at night, Li Mu lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. With more than 100 lives lost, the imperial court only needed to say that this was an unjust case caused by the demonic sect, and they could easily brush it aside. It was as if nothing had happened more than 10 years ago. This made him feel somewhat stifled and flustered. After a while, he took out the conch. After activating it with his mana, he asked softly, "Your Majesty, are you asleep?" "Changle Palace." It was already past midnight. Zhou Yi lay on the bed, but she did not feel sleepy at all. To her, this palace was no different from a cage. This cage isolated her from family, friendship, love, and any other human emotions. Even during the day, when people came and went in the palace and officials filled the crepe myrtle shop, she often felt lonely. Every night, this loneliness would be infinitely magnified. There was no sound around her. It was as if there was only dead silence in the entire world apart from her. At a certain moment, a voice suddenly sounded in this dead silence. "Your Majesty, are you asleep?"